Good evening. Here's a look at the stories coming up at 11. The 2025 Masters Stakes will be run tonight at Presque Isle Downs Casino. Erie News Now will be there at the finishing line and bring you all the details from the $300,000 race. Also tonight, Erie police issuing a warning about an ongoing skimming scheme that's been targeting local businesses. We'll tell you why the department believes it may be tied to a nationwide issue. Those stories and more tonight. Coming up, the 2025 Masters Stakes being run at Presque Isle Downs Casino. Erie News Now will be there at the finishing line and bring you all the details and reaction. That story and more tonight at
Touchdown. Join us each week as local teams take the field. From the first whistle to the final score, we've got your game of the week. Check out this week's matchup only on Erie News Now. Brought to you by Leon Construction, Nova Cabinets, Countertops and Floors, and Meadville Medical Center Sports Medicine. Latest news at your fingertips. ErieNewsNow.com.
'25 Hallman Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LT four-wheel drive. Buy for 2.9% APR for 72 months or lease 0 down $489 per month.
You heard right. For 0 down or 2.9% APR, you can take this home.
This week at Hallman Chevrolet, take your pick of SUVs. 2025 Trax LS, 2026 Trailblazer LT all-wheel drive, and 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive. One low payment, only $299 per month. Hurry to Hallman Chevrolet.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Craving something fresh, delicious, and locally sourced? At Give a Crepe La Creperie, we serve up savory and sweet crepes made with the best ingredients and crafted with care. And yes, we've got 100% gluten-free and vegan options too. Join us at our location in the heart of Little Italy. Whether you're in the mood for a quick bite or a leisurely meal, we've got you covered with cozy indoor seating, al fresco dining, and easy carry-out options. Come experience flavors that are fresh, vibrant, and made with care. It's easy to give a crepe about Erie.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
Meet Bobby. Bobby banks at Marquette, but he's never stepped foot in the bank. Bobby opened his account online. He does everything online. Scanning a receipt? He does it while fighting an alien invasion. Tracking his budget? He does it storming the castle. Checking rewards points? He does it slaying dragons. He can do it all online. That's Bobby, and that's why he's with Marquette. Be like Bobby. Be empowered at Marquette Savings Bank.
It's now time for the Erie News Now Game of the Week. Let's send it down to the broadcast booth with John Leidick.
Good evening and welcome to Gus Anderson Field on the campus of McDowell High School for our Week 4 broadcast during Week 5 of the high school football season. It is the Drive to Kickoff powered by Hallman Chevrolet as we welcome you into the broadcast booth. I'm John Leidick alongside my broadcast partner Jamie Murphy. And Jamie, we've had a couple of exciting games throughout the first couple of weeks. Harbor Creek coming away with a big victory on our matchup a week ago. But two perennial powers here in Class 4A for Meadville, Class 6A for McDowell. Coming into this one, usually to start the season with high expectations, but have gotten off to slow starts, both at 1 and 3. Last week for Meadville in a matchup with Oil City, we'll start there, coming up just short, something that's been the case through the opening 4 weeks of play.
Yeah, for Meadville, that was a close loss, the 17-14 loss. They lost to a really good LaBeouf team to start the year, and so 1 and 3 is pretty disappointing. And then you got to turn around and come here to a McDowell team that is way, way better than a record, a 1 and 3. So Meadville, also the size disparity tonight, is going to have a tough time with McDowell. And the cliche phrase, throwing the records out, I really think you should, for every game that's ever played, the records are meaningless, especially this time of year. And with McDowell, just like a lot of teams, they go out of town, out of the region to test themselves, and so they play Ohio Powers, and those games weren't close. However, we're talking, some of the best. They go to Medina, Ohio, and it's a tough loss. Menor, which is one of the biggest schools, if not the biggest school in the state. And so that builds the team, and they're ready to come back here. They blow out Erie last week. So 1 and 3, by the end of the year, no one's going to remember that. So I think McDowell comes in maybe better suited 1 and 3 team than Meadville. Because, again, with tonight, it's a big size advantage for McDowell.
Yeah, sometimes the context to those 1 and 3 records, as you mentioned, and that was something McDowell, when stopping here earlier this week, talked a lot about, was the fact that they were building blocks, especially with how much they had to replace on the offensive side of the ball from a year ago. They've certainly done that here in the opening couple of weeks coming off. But the big thing a week ago, they got the ground game going there with over 300 yards rushing.
Yeah, multiple touchdowns. They don't have their first-string quarterback in there, but he's a very athletic, as every quarterback is, but a very athletic player who can do a lot with a massive offensive line. I really expect to see the same thing again tonight, what they're going to do to Meadville. Now, again, we're not positive what's going to happen and come out of here, but with the energy of the homecoming crowd, and as always here at Gus Anderson, there's always a lot of people, a lot of energy, extra energy tonight with homecoming. So I think the Trojans are very well prepared. And that's what teams like McDowell, we see that with Cathedral Prep too. We see that with even going to a different sport in hockey. They go way out, and even if the loss is 7-0 in hockey or 42-12 like McDowell lost, it's more than the final score, and it builds character for these players to play nationwide powers.
All right, we'll take our first time out here in the drive to kickoff, brought to you by Holman Chevrolet. When we come back, we'll hear from the head coach of the McDowell Trojans, and Aaron Slocum, about the keys for his team and what he saw a week ago and how they try to stop that very unique Meadville offense. That's coming up here in just a moment on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
Thinking of selling but feeling stressed and just don't know where to begin? As Erie's senior care expert, I can make selling your home a little less stressful by personally assisting you from beginning to end. I will be there personally every step of the way. Beat your competition and list now while the housing inventory is low and the seller's market is still hot. Call D. Caruana and Associates today and put my one-of-a-kind multimedia marketing plan to work for you. Your home could be the next one on our sold list.
Friday nights in our community mean one thing: high school football. And just like your hometown team, McMillan's Towing is always ready when you need us most. From breakdowns and accidents to roadside emergencies, McMillan's Towing has you covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. McMillan's Towing, proud to support our student athletes and the entire community this season. McMillan's Towing, reliable, professional, always here when you need us. Call 814-897-8989.
We tackle some of Erie's toughest and dirtiest jobs, so you don't have to. We're Haul Pros, Erie's 5-star rated junk removal service. From estate cleanouts to hoarding situations, our team delivers results you can see the same day. Families and business owners trust us because we show up prepared, handle every detail, and leave nothing behind but relief. Call today and mention you saw us on TV for $50 off your next cleanout. Results first, that's our promise.
At the Empty Keg, we believe a good meal feels like home. Family owned and a proud part of Edinboro's history, our doors have always been open to neighbors, friends, and newcomers alike. Our homestyle menu brings people together with hearty daily specials made to be shared. From seasonal beers and monthly tap features to happy hour specials after work, there's always something to raise a glass to. Whether it's a family dinner, a night out with friends, or just a place to unwind, the Empty Keg is where everyone belongs. The Empty Keg, where Edinboro comes together.
we welcome you back in the drive to kickoff presented by Hallman Chevrolet as we count you down to the opening kickoff here between the Meadville Bulldogs and the McDowell Trojans. It is the midway point of the high school football season as McDowell comes into this one off its first. Let's hear from head coach Aaron Slocum on how they're getting set for this matchup with Meadville.
We're here with the 2-minute drill with McDowell head coach Aaron Slocum. Aaron, first of all, let's start. How big was it for just the group to get that first victory out of the way, especially against a rival in Erie High a week ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it kind of gives you a little bit of a reward for the hard work that we were putting in. Our guys really, circled up the wagons and kind of brought everybody together, and we were ready. We were really prepared.
I know maybe the results weren't there in those first couple of weeks, but what were you guys able to gather as a team from those first 3 games against some tough competition out of the state of Ohio?
Well, I think that we kind of came out of all 3 of those games feeling like we competed and didn't quit, and then a play here or there, and it could have been the difference of a game. Maybe not the outcome of the game, but definitely puts us in a position to maybe change the outcome of the game. And I think that, we really focused on it. I think from week 1 to week 4, which is last week, I think those mistakes that we were making early on, we started to minimize.
What can you say about maybe the balance your group had offensively a week ago, and how do you continue that against a Meadville team that certainly has a lot of speed?
Yeah, so, offensively, we want to keep possessing the ball and, limit our turnovers and then, put points on the board. And then defensively, it's a hard offense to kind of prepare for and emulate in practice. So, our guys are going to see it for the first time, especially the guys that didn't play against them last year, are going to see it for the first time on Friday, and it's going to be a lot faster. So just kind of getting them understand that, it's assignment football and they just have to, respect the speed that they have and do their job.
That's your 2-minute drill with Aaron Slocum, the head coach of the McDowell Trojans.
Thanks to Aaron Slocum for those pregame comments as you see the McDowell marching band and the majorettes and cheerleaders getting us set as we continue on the drive to kickoff presented by Hallman Chevrolet. We will be back with the comments from Ray Collins, the head coach for the Meadville Bulldogs, and we'll take you to the national anthem as we get set for this week 5 matchup between Meadville and McDowell. Back here in a moment on the drive to kickoff.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to make becoming a member easy. Walk in, sign up, and start saving. We tend to your needs with lower rates, fewer fees, and personalized service. 10 to joining, 10 to thriving, 10 to enjoying the benefits today. Easy to join, built for you. 10-2 Credit Union.
Beat the heat this summer with eco-friendly cellulose insulation from Leon Construction. Our cellulose systems keep hot air out and your home cooler naturally. It's energy efficient, safe, and perfect for summer retrofits or upgrades. Don't let the sun drive up your bills. Call Leon Construction or visit us at leoncep.com. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
2025 Hallman Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LT 4-wheel drive. Buy for 2.9% APR for 72 months or lease 0 down 489 per month.
You heard right. For 0 down or 2.9% APR, you can take this home.
This week at Hallman Chevrolet, take your pick of SUVs. 2025 Trax LS, 2026 Trailblazer LT all-wheel drive, and 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive. One low payment, only $299 per month. Hurry to Hallman Chevrolet.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to your need for a better ride with lower rates on auto loans, so you can tend to your road trips, your errands, and your savings. 10 to lower payments, 10 to bigger dreams, 10 to your auto loan today. Lower rates, smoother roads. 10-2 Credit Union.
We welcome you back to Gus Anderson Field for the matchup in week number 5 of the high school football season between the McDowell Trojans and the Meadville Bulldogs. We heard from the McDowell head coach. Now let's send it to Ray Collins, the head coach of the Meadville Bulldogs, on his thoughts as his team tries to pick up its second victory of the year.
We continue on the drive to kickoff here with Holman Chevrolet as we are joined by the head coach of the Meadville Bulldogs, Ray Collins. Ray, your group has been a competitive one to this point, but just hasn't gotten over. What is the thing you're keying on here tonight?
Turnovers. That's the big thing. That's the thing that's hurting us right now, turnover. We're losing the turnover battle. I think we're up to 10 turnovers in 4 games, which is too high, way too high. And we're doing it at crucial times, whether we're on a drive or whether we're starting in our own territory. We're turning the ball over to our opponents. You look at our 3 losses, and really all 3 of those could be defined by crucial turnovers, crucial times in the game. So we really want to get over that hump tonight. And I think a lot of it, second quarter seems to be the quarter where we have our biggest letdown. That's when the penalties and the turnovers and everything seem to be happening. So that's going to be a big focus tonight for us.
Facing a McDowell group with obviously a big line, and we know how important the trenches are. What's the big thing you preach to your guys to try and get that obviously big run game going?
Gotta stay on the blocks. I mean, we got to come off the ball. We know they're big. We know they're physical. And the thing is, we got to be willing to stand toe-to-toe with them for 4 quarters and battle it out. Our guys got to come off the ball. They got to stay low. We got to sustain blocks. We got to open up the holes. We've got the athletes. And they don't need a lot of room to run. So all we need to really do is pop a hole and let those guys do the rest. But it'll take a big effort from our guys, and we're confident. We expect them to do their jobs tonight, and if they do that, I think we'll be all right.
All right, that's been the 2-minute drill with the head coach of the Meadville Bulldogs, Ray Collins. The pregame show brought to you by Holman Chevrolet continues in just a moment.
And we welcome you back to homecoming weekend here at McDowell, and you can hear the Trojans getting set to come onto the field in a rowdy Gus Anderson Field as we get set for this one between the Meadville Bulldogs and the McDowell Trojans. All right, with about under 5 minutes to go, Jamie, let's head into the matchup here tonight as the McDowell Trojans take the field. The players you're watching in this contest.
It's really about the offensive line. The McDowell offensive line are mammoth human beings, and I just really think that's where a game is always won and lost. It's always the line. We don't, we say this a lot. There's no specialty stats. I mean, at the professional level there are, but they're going to have a little bit of changes with Ian Lunger moving into the center position for Rowan Zuba, and the right guard will be Braylon Morrell. So there's going to be some movement around there, but Rocco Percio in the right tackle at 6'5", 265, and left tackle Cole Hammond, they're going to make a big difference tonight.
All right, we're going to send it down to the field as we have the national anthem with the McDowell Marching Band.
McDowell's very own Box Collective.
High School at Gus Anderson Field, and a great rendition there of the national anthem by the McDowell students here as we get set for this one. All right, we were talking about the McDowell key players. You mentioned the offensive line. We know that Meadville always brings speed, and the 2 guys that certainly bring it to this matchup, Tymir Phillips and Jordan Lawrence.
And they have been leading the team in rushing, and with Jordan Lawrence 107 yards last week on 20 carries and in the loss. They only managed 2 touchdowns. Turnovers killed them, and as they do all the different teams. Tymier Phillips also had 53 yards on 6 carries, and Jacoby Thompson, a very athletic quarterback. So there's going to be a multi-prong attack in the backfield, a lot of misdirection, relying on the ground. They don't throw the ball a whole lot, only 7 pass attempts last week. But really, I think the push on the line is going to be the difference. I only had a chance to briefly introduce it, but with the McDowell offensive line, Rocco Percio, the right tackle at 6'5", 265, Cole Hammond on the left side, 2 of the top offensive linemen. Even without Rowan Zuba in the center in the lineup, they put in Braylon Morrell. And also I wanted to mention there's Rylan Hall. He's 6'4", 337. He's the backup. So that's really where the push is. I think you're going to see a lot of the talented running backs and quarterbacks have a lot of time to move, and it's going to work on the other side of the line too. So that doesn't mean Meadville has no chance. If they hold on to the ball, they use some of their misdirection and their athletes to their advantage. You never know what can happen in a football game. McDowell does have the advantage overall tonight.
So we see that Meadville has won, and they decided to take the football in this one. So we'll see that Bulldogs offense and that wing T style offensive play calling from Ray Collins. We know if you get them to the outside and if they get some space, they're certainly going to be able to move the football. And then we'll see how prepared. I know Aaron Slocum said it's almost like preparing for a guy like Lamar Jackson. It's hard to replicate because you don't see it that often, and there's just so much athleticism on the other side. So we'll see how things get set to go here as we get set to kick off here in this one. Joe Clark will be handling the kicking duties for the McDowell Trojans. Back to receive on the other side will be none other than Tymier Phillips. I saw him in week 1 against Fort LaBeouf, and once he got a lane on the kick return game, he was gone for a big kickoff return before the half. So he is a dangerous man, and also back there Jordan Lawrence. So 2 of their speedsters ready to await this kick from Joe Clark. We thanks so much to our sponsors: Leon Construction, Nova Countertops, Meadville Medical Center, Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, as well as Plastic, who are able to help us bring you these broadcasts each and every week. We welcome you to Gus Anderson Field again. I'm John Laddick alongside my broadcast partner Jamie Murphy. We are set to go here for week number 5 of the high school football season, and this 4A, 6A matchup between Meadville and McDowell. Clark sets this one up in the air. It's going to be taken and hop through the back of the end zone. So that means that the Meadville offense will make their way onto the field and get things started at the 20-yard line.
And so we have a chance to see some of their 3-prong attack as well. Jacoby Thompson, the quarterback, also had 18 yards on 9 carries last week. So a lot of people get the ball, and we'll have a lot of touches on offense for Meadville.
Well, you mentioned it. They haven't thrown the ball that much, so they've got to get the ground game going here early, because then that'll force them into some critical long 3rd down situations. So Jacoby Thompson will get things started as he pitches it out. That's going to go to Lawrence, but he is hooked up quickly. It looks like there was a hand up in there, but a quick tackle with the McDowell Trojans swarm for a loss of 2.
Zach Neff, one of the first players there, the 6'1 senior, one of the preseason players to watch in District 10. He had contained there, doesn't over pursue, pushes him back into the defensive line, and a good play by Neff.
So that'll bring up a 2nd and 12 for the Meadville offense from its own 18-yard line as we are just underway on the opening drive. And thank you for tuning in. If you were a part of the drive to kickoff brought to you by Holman Chevrolet, we thank them as well. Jacoby Thompson, the quick handoff goes up the middle, churning the legs there as it continues to go for a pickup almost out to the 28-yard line. Lawrence goes there. That time they're going to get him at the 27 for a pickup of 9.
So Jordan Lawrence, Jacoby Thompson leading the team, the quarterback leading the team in rushing with 623 yards this year. So, a difficult player to prepare for, as Aaron Slocum had said in pregame.
We know the historic nature of the running back position at Meadville. Journey Brown and the likes of others, they have had plenty come through and run this offense effectively as Thompson goes under center again. This time, he's going to hand it off to Phillips, who was coming around the end. But again, McDowell with a great job. A host of tacklers, Neff among them leading the way.
And that Neff playing the left outside linebacker position. He plays either side as well. But Jordan Brown on that left side of the line, another one of the preseason players to watch. Really getting a good push off the line. Braylon Murick, Jamar Roberts, John Nelson, all on that defensive line.
So it's a loss of 1. That'll bring up a 4th and 3 from the 27. That'll set up Jacoby Thompson as he'll go back to send this one away. And Owen Hafey will be awaiting the punt, standing back around his own 40-yard line. Thompson gets a good high skyer. It's going to go towards the sidelines, bounce around the 45, and then take a bit of a favorable bounce before it's finally touched down around the McDowell 41-yard line. And that's where we'll see the Trojan offense, led by Deontay Flemings, come on for the first time tonight.
So Deontay Flemings, versatile, athletic. He can play a lot of positions. Right now, more of a fill-in quarterback, being a sophomore, but he did run for 109 yards so far this season. The statistics aren't complete for McDowell, but he had 2 touchdowns. He ran all over Erie last week. So similar to a Meadville attack, he's bigger than the Meadville quarterback, so he'll be an exciting player to watch.
Flemings out of the shotgun will hand off to Brody Bonsell, and he bounces forward across the 50 and started that at the 42. He'll get down to the 47, as that'll pick up 11 on the opening run for Bonsell.
And Meadville wanted a fumble on that play. The officials never really concurred with that, but the ball was popped loose. Zach Carr with a nice hit on that play.
So they're going to go quick. Flemings gets right back with 4 wide receivers, 3 to the far side. And Bonsell will motion to the right side of Flemings. 1st and 10 at the 47 of Meadville. Quick first pass as this one goes out to the 40 and inside the 30. As that time the pass is flipped right away, as that one quickly caught there that time by Cameron Bastow.
Bastow with 9 catches on the season. That is a quick out. That pass is tough to defend. You throw it before the cut. Nice, easy, short gainer. Sets up a 2nd and manageable.
That one goes for 7, and the ball on the ground, and Jacoby Thompson was in there. I believe Meadville may have the ball.
They do.
And they point. So the Bulldogs, we talked about the turnovers Ray Collins wanted to limit early in this one. They get one. As that time, the ball hit the ground, Bosnell lost the hold.
Jacoby Thompson with the fumble recovery, and it looked like Bonsell kind of lost the handle of it. I don't know if someone came by and just bumped him, but it didn't look like a heavy hit. It just kind of popped out of his hands, and there was a fumble. Bonsell almost fumbled 2 plays ago, so that's 2 out of 3 plays that he struggled holding on to the ball. So that's a big break for Meadville, because it looked like McDowell was charging.
So a short series for the McDowell Trojans, a productive one. Will get things started for Meadville, as there was some movement there that time along the offensive line, the first flag of the game.
And it looked like, so the McDowell no huddle, wanted to move quick. You know, it's early. You know, you shake that off, you move on, but you know, that's it looked like they were going to march right down, going very quickly, and I think that game plan will work very well for them. They just have to obviously fix the loose handle on the ball so far in this game.
Bonsell been one of the big runners so far, and he had a big week a week ago, a couple of touchdowns against Erie High. As we get set, the second Meadville drive off the turnover. Thompson in a tight formation gets set for the motion man, as this time it's going to be Thompson rolling to his left and throws. He gets it across, but that time it was Tymir Phillips who couldn't wrangle that one in, bobbles it, and it falls to the turf around the 40. That'll bring up a 2nd and 15.
Kind of an odd area to throw the ball. Owen Hafey had coverage, didn't even see the ball. If he would have turned around, he might have caught it, but he just picked it up at the last second and went behind him. And I thought that was going to be a miracle completion on that. So a good effort, but all for naught on that one.
So 2nd and 15 for the Meadville Bulldogs from the 30-yard line. And again, with the pressure they saw in the run game early on, they don't want to get into these long 2nd down plays if you can't get the run game going early. But this time, going up the middle, bouncing off a couple of tackles is Lawrence. He'll work his way from the 30 out to the 34 for a pickup of 4, and that'll bring up a 3rd and long.
And there's that misdirection we were talking about. Very tough to defend. It's usually not anything that you can read. It just comes to you, and just to make sure that 2nd level and the linebackers have that contained area to keep those. You know, McDowell will take that all day. 3 yards puts them in a tough situation at 3rd and about 11.
Yeah, so it'll be 3rd and 11 from the 34 of Meadville as we tick to the 8:30 mark of the first quarter of play. Thanks so much for tuning into the Erie News Now Game of the Week. As out of the shotgun, Thompson will roll to his left this time. He surveys the scene, flips it, and nearly picked off at a diving defender that time. So that'll bring up a 4th down and a quick 3-and-out off the turnover for the Meadville Bulldogs.
And it looked like Thompson had a man open about 10 yards before that pass, and he didn't go to him. It would have been right at the 1st down marker, but I think he could have got it in there. He didn't quite see him.
Again, that's the difficulty with a quarterback when you're rolling kind of off-body throw. You're trying to throw against the grain there, and that time it falls a bit short. So Thompson will step back again, this time inside the 25 to send the punt away, awaiting Hafey back once again at his own 40-yard line. As the punt gets off, this time, pretty good one. He's going back to catch it. Hafey at his own 35, waiting to pick up the blocks, but he is pursued from behind. As that time coming up to make the stop there is Meadville. And that was Keithan Arnold with the tackle with great pursuit.
Solid 36-yard punt. Good job there. Punting is difficult. It's a lot harder than it looks. So a 29-yard punt in his first punt and a 36-yarder. So now we'll see that quick pace McDowell offense try to go to work to put together the first points of the board.
So 8:08 remaining in the first quarter of play as McDowell starts this one from its own 30. And looking to have a better end to this one than the fumble on the opening drive as Fleming's in the shotgun, motions a man. And he's going to fake the handoff and go right up the gut. Flemings has plenty of room and speed as he's across the 45, still working near midfield. And that's quite a drive starter there from Flemings, the sophomore quarterback.
Cole Hammond, the big left tackle, way out in front of that entire play, blazing a path. And they're on the march already.
Pickup of 19 for his first carry of the night. This time, though, the handoff goes across the 50 to the 49. That's a pickup of 2.
Ben Howell with a nice stop there. Put his hat right on the ball, trying to pop that loose with the initial stop.
So that'll bring up a 2nd and 8 from the Meadville 49 as Flemings goes out of the shotgun formation. Surveys the scene and then looks at the sideline as they make the adjustments here. 7:20 remaining in the first quarter of play here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week. Motions the running back as Fleming's going to hand it off, and look at the lane there. Going off the right side before Jacoby Thompson pushes him out is Nico Sargent.
Nico just exploding over that right side. Good speed on that right side. Great blocking, sealed off the block. And for a second there, it looked like he was going to go the distance. So now we're just seeing the methodical push down the field. You shake off that turnover, go in, put it in for 6, and start the roll tonight for McDowell.
Sargent with a pickup of 22 on the play and a fresh set of downs inside the 30. Flemings now with a quick screen pass, but that's going to be snuffed out quickly by the Meadville defense as that time back trying to go out and find his receiver and Kingston Horton Dickerson, but nothing doing.
Jamel Mitchell, great play, great read. That's a dangerous little pass out there, but if you get the block, that can really produce 10, 15, maybe the entire 30 yards for a touchdown. But a great read by Mitchell to shut that play down completely.
So Fleming starting things out here 2 for 2. But that'll be a loss of 3. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 13 from the 30. Out of the shotgun formation, Fleming surveys the scene. A little shuffle pass there that time, but not much doing there as great pursuit. That was Jordan Brown taking the pitch shuffle there. That'll get back near the original line of scrimmage, bring up a 3rd and long.
We didn't get a chance to mention, we talked a lot about the offensive line and the size, but we didn't even mention Hudson Palmero of Meadville, who is 6'3", 315. He is a very large force at nose tackle. He's a sophomore. And he made that play that time. We're going to see him a lot. He stands out, to say the least, on that Meadville defensive line.
So they'll roll left this time with Flemings as he looks toward the sideline. A wide open Hafey is inside the 15. That's going to bring up a fresh set of downs. The ball goes to the turf, but Hafey able to capture it. So down from the 29 all the way down there, that time to the 16 for a pickup of 13 on 3rd down. They're going to go quick.
Tymier Phillips fell down on that. That created that wide open opportunity for McDowell. He was open anyway, and Phillips fell, so that was an easy pitch and catch.
So they hurry to the line, but then set things up. As Sargent, the sidecar to Fleming's left, he goes on a quick screen pass. As that one caught, going towards the end zone and in to the end zone. No, they're going to mark him out at the 1 that time. As the quick pass That time went to Cameron Bastow, who took it from the 15. They'll mark him out at the 1 for a pickup of 14.
Just so frustrating for the Meadville coaches. Not to say that wasn't a great athletic offensive play. That's what created it, but you got to make those tackles. They had Bastow contained and missed 2 key tackles on that.
Passes of 13 and 14 as that one just goes right up the middle for the score. As Boss now in for the score. 1-yard touchdown and an early lead for the McDowell Trojans.
Untouched, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. That in the first drive didn't work out. They bounced back, and we're going to see a lot of this. Just real quick rollouts, running up the gut, and just enforcing their will on this Meadville defense.
So we'll get set. Joe Clark looking to make it a 7-point margin. So this one goes up and through the uprights. A 7-0 lead for the McDowell Trojans here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Plastech is a global manufacturing company rooted right here in Erie, Pennsylvania, producing parts that keep the world moving forward by people from right here in our community. A sustainable, innovative, and driven family business, all of our facilities are well equipped with a variety of technology, machinery, knowledge, skill, and talent. Design, build, manufacture. Plastech is proud to call this place home.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Step into Valerio's Italian Restaurant and Pizzeria. Our food is made with the freshest ingredients where every bite is an escape to Italy. From fresh and delicious pizzas to calzones, wings, soups, and many other appetizers. Not only can you get our delicious food in our 3 locations, we also offer catering services. From business luncheons to weddings, we have your catering needs covered. So bring the whole family or make it a date night. It'll be an experience you won't forget.
Valerio's, fresh from Italy to you.
Welcome back to the Erie News Now Game of the Week. As Joe Clark sends this one, it's going to bounce and finally be taken right around the 3-yard line. As quick moving and just lowers his head that time. It was Jacoby Thompson on the return. So Meadville will get its 3rd possession. I want to correct myself, as that was Brody Bonsell with the touchdown. Mispronunciation there, but want to make sure we get him right. As it's 7-0 McDowell with 5:10 left in the first quarter of play here from Gus Anderson Field.
Andrew Tarasovich for the tackle on the kickoff. Familiar name in Erie County for coaches.
So we'll get things started for Meadville. 3rd time they've possessed the ball in this opening quarter of play. This time it'll start from its own 15-yard line. 5:10 to go, quarter number 1. Thompson rolls right, quick, slow pass as they try to set up the screen that time, trying to get it to Lawrence, but it was snuffed down and tipped away by the McDowell defense.
John Nelson reading it. There was a slip screen. Kind of interesting how they ran that play, where it's a spin move slip screen. They let the defensive line, you see this a lot in a lot of different levels, and it's tough to set up, but Nelson makes a nice play to read the play, bat it down, and that's a tough start for Meadville.
That's 2 drives now, the last 2 that they've tried to get the passing game going here to keep McDowell honest, but that also, if it doesn't go, has set up a 2nd and 10 from the 15 as this one goes to Tymere Phillips. He tries to get to the outside. He's across the 20, up across the 30 before he's ushered out of bounds. Right around just shy of the 30 rather. He got to about the 28 for a pickup of 13 and a fresh set of downs.
That's really what Meadville has to do the entire night. They got to use their speed to stretch the field back and forth. McDowell knows that. It's not like that's a surprise to them, but that's going to lead to success. Going that you have to set that play up. You can't run it every play, but that's what Meadville wants every single time, running that play.
So 1st and 10 as we tick under 5 minutes from the 28 of Meadville. Thompson out of the shotgun. This time the handoff goes to Lawrence. He's going to stretch to the near side right as he gets up across and to about the 40 before he's brought down. They'll mark him about the 41 for a pickup of 13.
So run left, there's a run right. You get 12, you get 11. That's how Meadville stays in this game. And of course, you always want to hold on to the ball. So 2 successful, get the defense tired. They're running back long stretches back and forth. And that could work for them tonight. It's not easy to do.
Well, and you got to give your defense a break at some point too. I know some of these guys obviously play both ways, but Want to just try and get some confidence and momentum as Thompson out of the shotgun with 3 receivers split out. The handoff, though, goes up the middle, bounces off 1 tackle, does Lawrence. He gets out to the 45. That'll be a pickup of 4 and a 2nd and 6 upcoming.
And that's one of the major advantages with a team like McDowell, with the biggest school district in this region, is a lot of the guys don't do that. The secondary does, but a lot of the defensive line, they switch out the offensive and defensive line. You don't see that in high school football a lot, and it leads to them being a little bit less tired. I mean, these are great athletes. It's not like they're going to get tired the whole time.
Thompson takes this one, looks for a quick pass out to Tymeer Phillips. He gets it there, his first completion of the night. He's across the 50, still moving, and he's across the 30. No one's going to catch him. That one goes a 55-yard touchdown, and there's the athleticism we talked about in the pregame. Tymeer Phillips on the first completion of the night for the Meadville Bulldogs takes it for 6.
And that is 100%. I mean, it's obvious that he runs for the touchdown, but that was a very slow developing play. And and only because of his athleticism does that play work. So Tymeer Phillips takes a very slow, methodical play, and it looks like it's not going to work. And his speed alone causes that touchdown. He just ran through the entire defense for 65 yards, or 55 yards.
As we'll get set here, the extra point upcoming, as James Miller is good to tie things up at 7 apiece. We'll take our second time out here. We're all even now with 3:43 to go in the first quarter of the Erie News Now Game of the Week between McDowell and Meadville.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Friday nights in our community mean one thing: high school football. And just like your hometown team, McMillan's Towing is always ready when you need us most. From breakdowns and accidents to roadside emergencies, McMillan's Towing has you covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. McMillan's Towing, proud to support our student athletes and the entire community this season. McMillan's Towing, reliable, professional, always here when you need us. Call 814-897-8989.
Welcome back here to the Erie News Now Game of the Week broadcast as we thank Plastec as well as Leon Construction, Nova Countertops, and Meadville Medical Center and Orthopedic Associates of Meadville for helping bring this broadcast to you on MeTV, Erie News Now Plus, and wherever you are watching. As this one gets set, James Miller boots this one. It'll be taken by Hayfee. Inside his 20. He gets out to the 30. Still moving around the 40. Just the kicker in front of him as Hayfee stays on his feet. Still moving as he gets down to the 29-yard line of Meadville. What a return there for a response from McDowell.
And you blink and the momentum's gone. So Meadville quieted everybody, and they get it right back with that great 60-yard kick return. Almost beat everyone. And now McDowell with a nice short field here to take the momentum right back here late in this first quarter.
Well, the problem with that, it was a high kick, so it allowed McDowell to set up its protection there, and then all Hayfee needed was one missed tackle, and he was gone. So they'll start at the Meadville 29-yard line with 3:31 to go in quarter number 1. As Fleming's coming off a prolific passing series just a drive ago. He has Boncell, and that's where he goes. He's going to stretch the right side inside to the 25-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 4 on first down, bring up a 2nd and 6 at the 25.
And Ian Lunger got away with one there. It looked like he had a hold on his guy, but he let him go in time, so the ref did not call it.
23 yards unofficially on 5 carries for Boncell. Again, he already has a touchdown here. He had a couple a week ago against Erie High, so he's starting to get into a rhythm here as he came into this matchup here tonight with 214 yards on the year on 23 rushes. Fleming's out of the shotgun. He has 3 receivers split out, and a flag flies. It's going to be an illegal motion penalty on the Trojans.
Dead ball foul, illegal procedure against the Trojans.
And so with the no huddle, the advantage is you get to see the defense You read the defense, then you look to the coaching staff to see what kind of play. And it also helps when you do get into the late half situations, you're more used to this kind of situation.
Flemings working out of the shotgun as he'll keep it this time, pulls it on the read option, gets it to the 25-yard line, back to that line of scrimmage mark before the 5-yard penalty. So that'll bring up a 3rd and 6 from the 25.
And it's a good way. Jacoby Thompson with a good play there. Just barely getting the ankles of Flemings, and Flemings is athletic to make people miss, and it looks like, kind of looked like it was a little bit slow and get up. Thompson was, but he seems to be all right.
And Ray Collins on this crucial 3rd down early in the first quarter. We'll take a timeout. We will take one as well here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week, tied at 7 between McDowell and Meadville.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to your need for a better ride with lower rates on auto loans, so you can tend to your road trips, your errands, and your savings. Tend to lower payments, tend to bigger dreams. Tend to your auto loan today. Lower rates, smoother roads. 10-2 Credit Union.
Your home is your castle, but is your roof fit for a king? At Leon Construction, we provide top-tier roofing to shield your home from leaks and the damaging effects of water. With premium materials, expert craftsmanship, and lifetime warranties, we don't just build roofs, we build protection. Get the royal treatment your home deserves. Call today for your free roof inspection. Leon Construction, the king of quality. Call 450-4601 or visit us online at leoncep.com.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to make becoming a member easy. Walk in, sign up, and start saving. We tend to your needs with lower rates, fewer fees, and personalized service. 10 to joining, 10 to thriving, 10 to enjoying the benefits today. Easy to join, built for you. 10-2 Credit Union.
And on the 3rd down run, Flemings keeps it himself on the quarterback run and gets near the 1st down marker. We'll see where they spot the ball. It's going to be a 4th down as they have him down to the 21. He needed to get to the 19 for a 1st down.
There's a no-brainer to go for it. This offense certainly confident they can get a couple yards here.
So a 4th down and 2 for McDowell from the Meadville 21. Flemings will work out of the shotgun with Boncel in motion. And a couple of people were confused on that one.
Yeah, Boncel was moving, and so it looked like Cole Hammond also moved at the same time, jumped the snap. So a little bit sloppy here in this first quarter, but this makes it a lot different, being a 4th and 6, 4th and 7.
So, but McDowell will keep the offense for now. Well, now we see as Joe Clark will come onto the field. They'll switch things out and set up for a field goal. This will be about a 43-yard field goal for Clark, who comes into this one.
That's quite a significant kick. In the NFL, they can kick 65 without blinking. And this is equivalent to almost over 50 for a professional player. This is a boot.
So 1:58 to go here as Clark, a snap that was a bit bobbled. This low line drive not going to be good enough. So 2 miscues for the McDowell Trojans on the first couple of drives. The fumble and then the missed field goal and missed opportunity as Meadville will take over for the 4th time in this first quarter with the game tied at 7.
And so you can call this a slow start. I wouldn't say that McDowell's played poorly, but below their expectations. You just almost get the feeling that at some point they're going to break loose and really start running for significant yards. But hand it to Meadville. I mean, it's not like they're not making a strong effort, and their side-to-side field running is as good as anybody. So they got to keep doing that.
Thompson will work out of the shotgun with Lawrence, the sidecar to his right, and that's where the handoff goes as Lawrence tries the left side. He gets out near the 25-yard line and a pretty decent pickup on the opening run of this drive as we tick towards the end of the first quarter here, and Lawrence and company starting to find a little bit of rhythm offensively.
Jaleel Thrower with the stop pushing him out of bounds, but again, they get to the outside quicker again. I know 5 yards, that's good, that's positive. Sets the tone for the drive.
as that completion, Thompson 1 for 4, but the one completion, 55-yard touchdown to Tymere Phillips, but they've got the ground game steadied here. As out of the shotgun, Thompson going to keep it on the design quarterback run. He tries the left side here, but not much doing there. Maybe gets a yard to set up a third and a manageable 4.
And a good job by the Meadville offensive line to make that play. That was Dave Moody, the right guard, taking his man, pancaking him, and creating that hole. So a great job there.
So, if you're just joining us, if it was McDowell getting things started, Brody Bonsell with a 1-yard touchdown run before that 55-yard pitch and catch between Thompson and Phillips. And on the 3rd and 4, a flag flies. Looks like this one's going to go against Meadville for some early movement. Okay, I stand corrected there. Is that one going to go against McDowell? It's 3rd penalty of the half. They're up to 15 on the offside call.
They were bringing the blitz there. The linebackers came in and got a little too anxious. Looked like they had timed that perfectly, but obviously the line judge is right there. They came in just a little bit early. They were about to dominate that play, and again, just a little bit sloppy so far tonight for McDowell.
So we get set for this one as that goes off the right side. Still moving is Lawrence as he gets it up across the 40 and near the 45, 44-yard line.
What a play there by Lawrence to make a move on his man, get an extra 5 yards. It looked like he was stopped well back there, and it looks like he was tackled pretty well out of bounds, but I guess the referees ruled that that was kind of momentum. And looks like Coach Slocum wants to have a talk with his defense to try to reset the mindset of this team to try to get refocused.
We'll keep it here with just about a minute to go in the first quarter of play. Again, if you're just joining us here this evening, it was a couple of punts early for the Meadville offense. A fumble on the opening drive as Bonsell put it on the ground. Meadville not able to do much with it, but on the second drive, McDowell matriculated the ball down the field, and it was Bonsell with the 1-yard touchdown run after the passing game lit up that drive for the early 7-0 lead. But a response as Meadville started to settle in with the ground game, and then it was the quick pass out to from Jacoby Thompson to Tymere Phillips, and that evened us up to where we are right now, 7-all between McDowell and Meadville. We do want to thank, while we have a moment, the McDowell and Mill Creek Township School District for allowing us to broadcast and bring you this game here tonight between the 4A and 6A powers of McDowell and Meadville. So now set up 1st and 10 as this one out to the 44-yard line of Meadville as they try to take the lead for the first time tonight. Thompson out of the shotgun formation. This one going to be a read option as Thompson keeps it himself. He gets out to midfield as that will be a pickup of 6, 2nd and 4 upcoming.
So Coach Slocum, is a first down. He wants to reset it. Taking a timeout with a minute to go in the first quarter is not a normal time, but first half timeouts are not nearly as important. So it's a good time. Okay, it's a first down. Let's get reset. Let's make these reads better. They worked on them all week. They knew they were getting with Meadville, and they're not doing they're not executing to their level so far. So plenty of game left, but they have to get refocused.
So 2nd and 4 is Thompson again going to carry this one. Tries the left side. He's going to have the first down and more for the time being. As he gets down inside McDowell territory, they're going to mark him out at the 44, so that'll be a pickup of 6 once again.
And Thompson not only making moves, he puts his head down and he gets that extra couple yards, showing some tough running skills. And he had 107 yards last week to get him up over 600 for the year, so a focal point of this offense, and for good reason.
And you're starting to see the balance from this Meadville rushing attack. You already have unofficially 47 yards on 7 carries from Lawrence. Tymere Phillips has a couple of carries, and then Thompson with a couple on the last two plays here as we tick 22 seconds and counting in the first quarter. As the handoff this time goes to the right side of the line as Lawrence gets down inside the 40. He'll be marked down at the 36. So that's a pickup of 8 on that run that'll likely end the first quarter.
And every play, Meadville is getting 6, 7, 8 yards. That's impressive. They're gouging this defense so far, and the coaches are getting frustrated. But they've got to make a stop, put them in a second and uncomfortable at least, to try to get the momentum back.
That'll end the first quarter of play here from Gus Anderson Field on the Erie News Now Game of the Week. We're all even at 7 between Meadville and McDowell. We'll bring you the second quarter with a 2nd and 2 upcoming for Meadville after this commercial break.
Craving something fresh, delicious, and locally sourced? At Give a Crepe La Creperie, we serve up savory and sweet crepes made with the best ingredients and crafted with care. And yes, we've got 100% gluten-free and vegan options too. Join us at our location in the heart of Little Italy. Whether you're in the mood for a quick bite or a leisurely meal, we've got you covered with cozy indoor seating, al fresco dining, and easy carry-out options. Come experience flavors that are fresh, vibrant, and made with care. It's easy to give a crepe about Erie.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
Welcome back to Gus Anderson Field for quarter number 2. It's Meadville with the football. We're all tied at 7. 2nd and 2 from the McDowell 36-yard line. As this one, Thompson keeping it up the middle. He crosses the 30 and inside down to the 26-yard line for a pickup of about 10.
Great athletic play again to a one-handed grab on that bad snap, which always throws the timing off to every play. But they kept the play. It wasn't a busted play. And again, he makes it happen. The chains move again. They got some hands on their hips. They're not tired. They just came off a timeout. They're just frustrated on defense right now.
So they give them 10 down to the 27, closer to the 26 there. But fresh set of downs as Meadville starting to slow the pace and tempo here. Obviously McDowell going quick on offense, but Thompson now out of the shotgun with a trips tight right. Flip off to Lawrence, who tries to cut it upfield. He bounces off one hit. Keeps chugging the legs. And before the play is finally blown dead around the 23-yard line. So down for a pickup of 4 hard yards.
Yeah, and Vincent DeAngelis Regier with the initial hit, a big pop. It looked like that was him that came in there. And coming off the field is Jamar Roberts, the defensive lineman. Not sure if I don't think that's an injury, just a substitution.
So they get they'll give them 3 for a 2nd and 7 for Meadville from the 24 of McDowell. Thompson out of the shotgun formation. He's going to prepare to throw. Quick dump off here as this one gets up across the 20. Still moving inside the 15, bouncing off another, as that time it was Zach Carr, the 5'6", 175-pound tight end, making his move and making his mark in this one.
And it's a good play by Jordan Lawrence in the backfield. He picked up that blitz. They brought a linebacker blitz. It might have been a safety that came down to try to disrupt the play. Thompson stayed focused, but it was Lawrence who picked up the guy coming in, which created that extra space. But again, another missed tackle. You've got to make that tackle on the outside, and they keep moving.
So 1st and 10 from the 12. As the handoff this time goes to the near side. It's Phillips trying to get the edge. He gets to around the 11, but a great tackle for McDowell to keep that from being a big gainer around the edge.
And Deontay Fleming's with the tackle. He stayed in his area. I mean, he was blocked out that way, so he had nowhere else to go, but he didn't let him turn that corner, and that's where Meadville's killing McDowell right now.
So we sit here with no gain on that one. 2nd and 10 rather from the 12 for Meadville, and a even ball game so far, at least by scoreboard standards, as a substitution along the offensive line here, as the play clock will tick down, and Ray Collins is going to be forced to make his 2nd time out of the half. We'll keep things here in the broadcast booth as we continue along here. John Laddick with Jamie Murphy, and Jamie, boy, after a tough 2 drives to open things up, this Meadville run game has settled in quite nicely.
I'm impressed. You know, I really thought this would be different. I really thought that McDowell would come in, impose their will, move down the field as quickly as they could, and it hasn't happened. And you can see the coach's frustration on the sidelines. You know, it's the first half, and there's a lot of game left, and a lot of the adjustments are made at halftime. But McDowell just doesn't seem to be in sync yet. I'm not saying that Meadville doesn't deserve this and they're not an athletic team and using all of their skills right now, but this is a surprise. Meadville has outplayed them throughout this entire first half, and so it'll change. It might change. Plenty of game left, but I'm surprised.
You hear coaches all the time. The execution has been there for McDowell for the most part. It's that finish that you look for on a number of drives as they've popped up the football and a missed 43-yard field goal on a snap that didn't seem to set up right there between snap to kick for the Trojans on their last possession. So it'll be 2nd and 10 out of the timeout for Meadville at the 12-yard line of McDowell. They can still pick up one more first down before the goal line here. They'll split things out with 3 receivers. Thompson with the sidecar Lawrence, and that's where the handoff goes. He waits with hesitation. He's going to try to get to the outside. He gets down to the 5, still spinning down to about the 4. That'll be a pickup of 8 and bring up a very 3rd and manageable as the Bulldogs inch closer to the goal line.
And it seems like McDowell's making the reads on the play, and Meadville players are just making them miss with their pure athleticism. They're just slithering right through their defense. And every single time, the first down before that timeout was one of the few times that Meadville was able to, or McDowell was able to stop them for nothing to put them in a second and a good distance. But there they get all the yards back almost.
So 3rd and 2 from the 4 for Meadville. 66 yards on 10 carries unofficially for Lawrence so far in this one. Thompson will go out of the shotgun. Lawrence sidecar to his left as the motion man Phillips, but Thompson's going to try to go up the middle. He is met quickly. I think he's going to lose maybe a yard as he pushes back, maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. So it'll be a decision time for Ray Collins, I would imagine. With the way they run the football, they'll try and go for this one on 4th and about 2.
Braylon Murick and Jamar Roberts, the 2 defensive linemen in there to make that stop clogging the middle, which is really, really important. And a big play, one of the biggest play of the game so far.
So all tied at 7, 4th and 2 as we tick to the 9-minute mark of the opening half. As the handoff goes to Lawrence, he tries to get the right side, spun around, still driving the legs. Did he get to the goal line? I don't believe he got to the goal line, but he certainly had enough for the first down. He picked up 3, needed 2. That'll bring up a 1st and goal from about the 1.
And boy, McDowell needed that. I mean, again, it's not like this is the game, but they really needed that to swing that momentum back in their favor. And now a really tough assignment for the defense. 4 cracks at it inside the 1. So you do your best. You try to force the ball out and then just reset it after this if Meadville gets into the end zone. Credit Meadville. What a great job they're doing.
The patience there by Lawrence to just kind of let his blockers set up and get to the right side and get the power behind those legs to push. 1st and goal from the 1. Thompson going to hand things off from under center, but flag flies, the 3rd legal motion penalty of this half for the Bulldogs.
And a killer. You get a 5-yard penalty somewhere in the middle of the field. It alters a little bit, but from the 1 to the 6, it's a totally different set of plays, and that's frustrating to have something like that because it looked like that was a touchdown.
Again, when you get some guys under motion with Thompson working out of the shotgun for a majority of this opening half, again, you go back under center. Sometimes maybe the timing and vision of the quarterback gets thrown off. But nonetheless, we'll pick things up. 1st and goal from the 6 for Meadville as Thompson hands things off, trying to cut his way through and navigate down to about, maybe got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe 1-yard line that time. As running the ball was Lawrence.
Amir Jones in on that initial stop with the rest of the linebackers to prevent that from going anywhere, so a good first stop for the defense.
They say Lawrence got no gain, so 2nd and goal from the 6 as we wind to the 7:30 mark of the 2nd quarter. Thompson will work out of the shotgun. Lawrence, the sidecar to his right with 3 receivers split out wide. And the handoff. This time, Lawrence tries to go off the middle, tries to spin off another tackle, and he lost a couple. As that time, he's going to be pushed back to the 7. That'll bring up a 3rd and long, and unfortunately for the Bulldogs, since getting it to the 1, this drive has been going backwards.
And Braylon Murick looked like he was in on that initial stop once again. The sophomore nose guard, along with Jamar Roberts, doing a good job in the latter parts of this drive. That's 3 stops overall, maybe 4 with no gain, and now you're putting Meadville's offense in a little bit more uncomfortable situation.
Lawrence will work again as the sidecar to Thompson's right out of the shotgun. Thompson, though, will roll left, looking to set things up, throws towards the end zone. That ball is tossed and caught. I believe that time
The touchdown maker was none other than Keithan Arnold for the score.
And that's a good catch for Arnold to come back, make the catch. The coverage was decent on that play. And look at Meadville. They get it done. Maybe the disadvantage in the numbers and the size, but they are using all of their skill to the maximum. And they have stunned this crowd early in this one. But here's a key point. Here's where the coaches say, you know, just relax. That the defense played pretty well in the last part of that drive. We get their offense out there. We run our no huddle. We wear them down. We get the momentum going into halftime.
So 14-7 after James Miller knocks that one through. And we've talked so much about the run game, but it's been 2 passing touchdowns as after Jacoby Thompson started this one 0 for 3. He is 3 for his last 3, which includes a pair of passing touchdowns.
Yeah, good quarterback rating for him. And you know, last week throwing just 7 passes. And it was a similar game. 17-14 was the final in this one. I would guess that this game would be a lot more high scoring, but you know, that's big to get on the road and get some of the confidence. McDowell very confident coming into this game. And now Meadville has the momentum. And now they know what's coming. Meadville knows that McDowell is going to come full force. They're angry, they're frustrated, and they want to run that no huddle and push it right down the field. So if Meadville gets a stop here, you know, that's momentous. I think McDowell's going to bounce back.
So we'll see what Miller does this time. Last time he kicked a high one up in the air, and that set up Hafey for a big return for McDowell. Hafey back there with Bastow to set things up for the Trojans, trying to get them in a good field position for its next drive. Miller has his sets, and he'll go to boot it away, but this time on the ground. Well prepared that time and setting things up. McDowell still on the move, bouncing off a couple of tackles before being brought down. But what a good job on the hands team there that time. Zach Hellman prepared as that was a low bouncer, but again, special teams unit putting McDowell in an advantageous position as they get that one down to about the 33 of Meadville to start this drive.
And I'm shocked they didn't call a horse collar on that one. That seemed like a clear horse collar tackle. The entire coaching staff up here, the coaching staff on the sidelines, Coach Slocum is still talking to the refs. The referee saw it different. That I think should have been another 15, but they get the momentum back. They got it on the kickoff last time, and that's where special teams is such a crucial part.
So Flemings will work out of the shotgun formation. He has Bonsell faking the handoff, throw back to Hafey. They're going to mark it, though, incomplete.
Incomplete's a break for McDowell. That would have been a 4-yard loss, and that's just a tough play. Young player, plenty of time to throw that ball, just made a bad throw. Forget it, you move on. It's 2nd and 10. You got to break that was incomplete.
So that'll set things up 2nd and 10 from the 33 of Meadville. Flemings with 4 receivers split out, man in motion. As a flag flies here, we'll see what the penalty is.
I think the center may have moved the ball before the team was ready, so I think that's what happened there.
So 4th McDowell penalty of this half for 20 yards, and that'll set things back to a 2nd and 15 from the 38.
Usually the player whose arms are up is usually the guilty party, so
Flemings will work out of the shotgun here. Bonsell, and now we have more movement. We'll see which time, and there's frustration on the time. It looks like the left guard.
Yeah, and it's tough. You know, these are players doing their best. They're still, you know, young kids, and obviously a lot of frustration building up, and that was their left guard punching himself in the helmet, a clear sign of frustration.
So 2nd and 20 now from the 43 of Meadville. Thompson will go out of the shotgun formation. He'll look to pass here, looking to the left side and looking deep, letting the play open up. Hafey wide open over the middle for a big gainer. So from the 43 all the way down to the 20 for a pickup of 23.
Wide open in the center of that zone. The safety just didn't pick him up, and that's an easy touchdown if that ball's a little bit more on target. But you know what? McDowell will take it. McDowell will take it. That's a nice 20-yard gain. Keep it going.
Go quick here as Bonsell goes up the middle. He's still working his legs, turning down inside the 15, all the way down to about the 12-yard line for a pickup of 8.
And then this is where this no huddle really wears down a defense. Snap it right away. You know what the play is, and this is what McDowell wants to do.
Right back to Bonsell as he tries the right side this time and being pushed forward from the 12 all the way down to about the 2 for a pickup of 10.
And again, great blocking on the outside. McDowell getting it done again. And Jordan Brown with a nice block.
And why not Bonsell one more time as he goes up the middle for a 2-yard touchdown. And we're an extra point away from being even here. Bonsell, his second touchdown of the first half.
And that's what they needed. Let's shake off the illegal procedure penalties and just ram it into the end zone. They get the momentum back, looking to tie the score and just push it forward. Forget the first quarter and a half happened.
That needed just a minute. Obviously the great special teams return that time by Hellman. As this one sent right through that time. Joe Clark evens things up at 14 apiece. So with 5:38 to go in the opening half, all even at 14. We'll be back in a moment here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
At the Empty Keg, we believe a good meal feels like home. Family owned and a proud part of Edinboro's history, our doors have always been open to neighbors, friends, and newcomers alike. Our homestyle menu brings people together with hearty daily specials made to be shared. From seasonal beers and monthly tap features to happy hour specials after work, there's always something to raise a glass to. Whether it's a family dinner, a night out with friends, or just a place to unwind, the Empty Keg is where everyone belongs. The Empty Keg, where Edinboro comes together.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
As homecoming weekend here, we're expecting the homecoming court. Try to get you some of the Meadville band as well. Take a look around the scoreboard across District 10 and get you set up for the keys to the second half. As Clark awaits, he's going to boot this one, and it's going to be a long one. Taking it around his 5 that time, working his way is Lawrence across the 25 to the 30, still working across the 35 before being ushered out right around the 42-yard line. So boy, Jamie, special teams units and making their coaches pretty happy here in the first half.
Yeah, and that's a 40, 35-yard return. McDowell has had a ton of return yards, a 60-yarder, and the other one that just set up that drive that gave him a short field at 35. So Meadville at the 42, great field position, and their athletes are making it happen.
So if you're just joining us, it was Meadville receiving. They won the coin toss and decided to receive. So it will be McDowell to start the second half, but Meadville looking to retake the lead after that quick drive for McDowell that encompassed just 1 minute of play. 3-4 receivers split out, and a man in motion, Tymere Phillips, as Thompson works out of the shotgun. Lawrence takes the handoff, patience to burst through the line, out across the 50 and down to the 49 of McDowell, as that time a pickup of 9.
And Vincent DeAngelis Regier with the tackle, but it is Braylon Burek broke through the line, thought he had the play blown up, and again, it's that athletic shiftiness of Jordan Lawrence, Thompson, and those guys who just make players miss, and that's the key to success.
Jordan Lawrence already with 14 carries unofficially tonight for 77 yards, as he'll work alongside Thompson with a 2nd and 1 from the McDowell 49. Thompson, though, this time calls his own number. He'll get the first down as he picks up about 2 more down to the 47.
And they move the chains. Plenty of time left in the first half. You don't have to hurry. And that's what they're doing. They're just pushing McDowell back. McDowell, as we talked about it before, you can just see it. It's not anything you have to look up. You can look at the field and see how much bigger that McDowell line is, but it doesn't matter right now. Meadville's game plan is working.
For those at home, the Erie Seawolves currently with a 3-1 lead over the Altoona Curve, looking to punch a 4th consecutive trip to the Eastern League Championship Series. They are the back-to-back defending champions. As we work here, Jacoby Thompson out of the shotgun formation, a quick pitch to Jordan Lawrence, who works the right side here as that one gets down to the 44-yard line for a pickup of 3 on the first down run.
And that was a little bit of a slower play. I don't know if they were trying to read the defense that time. That allowed the McDowell defense to catch up to that running to the outside. So that, even though you can say that play didn't work, they still got 3 yards. So it's still positive yardage, 4 down territory. You want to take this ball all the way into the half and take the momentum into the locker room.
Touchdown situation, or rather timeout situation, 2 for McDowell, 1 for Meadville, as Thompson flips this one out off the hands that time. As looking to complete the pass to Zach Carr for Thompson, but almost in a dangerous position for an interception headed the other way.
Andrew Tarasovich made that play happen. He came in on the line and forced that pass just about a half a second earlier than he wanted to throw it, and that's why he threw it a little high, but the coverage was there. That play might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage, and that was it. So a good play by the McDowell defense.
That'll bring up a 3rd and 7 for the Bulldogs at the McDowell 44-yard line. Thompson with a sidecar to his left, and Lawrence fakes like he's going to go outside, and he's going to try the right side, but a great tackle there that time by McDowell to bring up a 4th and about 6 from the 43-yard line.
Amir Jones, great play. It is a lot harder than it looks to corral these guys. He gets them around the ankle and holds on. Your momentum is taking you. It's hard to hold on to those legs. It looks easy, but it's not. And he makes that play happen, and now this is what they want. They get him in a 4th and a long, and not a lot of plays work in this situation.
Now you think back, though, as some shuffling going on right now. McDowell trying to get some guys off defensively, as instead of going for it, Thompson will boot it away on the punt. Hafey is back there. That one going to go over his head and bounce.
Oh, boy.
But he takes it his own 1. Still working, though. Bounces off 1 tackle, spins away from another, and he has a lane to go. Hafey with across the 40 to the 50. Just 2 guys in front of him before he's tackled by Carr. But boy, what looked like it could be disaster early on turns into magic for Hafey on the return. We have some whistles here,
and some
though.
flags on the play. So it's probably going to be against McDowell for holding or a block in the back. That wipes out a 67-yard almost safety. That's a safety if he gets tackled in the end zone. He caught the ball at the 1 and ran it into the end zone. And you could hear the grunts from the coaching staff up here in the press box.
As we'll await the call as they sort out the laundry here. But it'll be McDowell going on its 5th drive. That was the 3rd punt by the Meadville this half.
And so the spot of the foul is at the 15. They haven't marked the ball yet. The referees are still talking about it, but that's a guess, and I did not see the officials mark to the press box. So it was probably half the distance, so that's where they're putting the ball at the 7.5-yard line. And so wipes out would have been one of the plays of the year, really, on that return. Breaking 3 tackles and going 100 yards, almost tackled at the 40, and now they got to start inside their own 10.
So they have 2:33 to go in the half as they start things at the 7. Down with its 5th possession, a couple of touchdown runs, a fumble, and a missed field goal. So a mixed bag so far for McDowell. As Bonsall going to try the left side, and he has a lane to go as he's still working. Cuts back across the field. He's going across the 40. Still waiting to pick up blockers. 50, bounces off the tackler, and he's going to go the distance. This one, a 93-yard touchdown run as Thompson that time shoves him through the end zone. That'll draw a flag, but McDowell nonetheless will have a lead on that big run, the 3rd of the half by Brody Bonsall.
And just like that, this game completely changes. Deontay Flemings, the quarterback, made a block at the other team's 40-yard line. He ran all the way down there, and he shifted the course, so there was time to get down there. But what an effort by Flemings to come all the way down there, and a very disappointing play by Meadville. Jacoby Thompson was clearly frustrated with that and hit him way, way late. I mean, that is borderline ejection for something like that.
So they'll go for 1 here.
Penalty flag in the play is a dead ball foul, personal foul against the Bulldogs.
And it's disappointing to have such a great player make a decision like that. And it almost feels, and this is like more of a structural rules, that a team should be punished more for something like that. That really doesn't punish them a whole lot. It looks like they're gonna kick one and maybe take it on the kickoff. And in a way, you know, that might help McDowell more than other teams, but that's a dangerous play.
As Clark boots that one through with 2:15 remaining. It is McDowell 21, Meadville 14. We'll be back in a moment here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
Craving something fresh, delicious, and locally sourced? At Give a Crepe La Creperie, we serve up savory and sweet crepes made with the best ingredients and crafted with care. And yes, we've got 100% gluten-free and vegan options too. Join us at our location in the heart of Little Italy. Whether you're in the mood for a quick bite or a leisurely meal, we've got you covered with cozy indoor seating, al fresco dining, and easy carry-out options. Come experience flavors that are fresh, vibrant, and made with care. It's easy to give a crepe about Erie.
When the summer heat hits, your AC shouldn't have to work overtime. Leon Construction installs high-performance spray foam insulation that locks in your comfort and slashes your cooling costs. Stop sweating high energy bills. Our expert team has you covered. Call now or visit us at leoncep.com to schedule your free summer insulation estimate. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
Welcome back to the Erie News Now Game of the Week here from Gus Anderson Field in week number 5, the midway point of the high school football season, as McDowell just taking a 21-14 lead on the 93-yard touchdown run from Brody Bonsall. As this time sets things up after the penalty after the play, as it's taken by Tymer Phillips. He's going to try and reverse fields. He gets to the right side, still working his way, but not enough room to get back to the 20-yard line, so Meadville will have a distance to go here before the half.
Yeah, and again, this is more, it has nothing to do with officiating or anything like that. They made a good call. I wish there was a way that kicking it off from the 50-yard line doesn't punish anybody. I think there should be a 15-yard penalty after they get possession of the ball. Now, again, I'm looking, this is kind of a way out there, but for a personal foul hit, and it was a good player, a bad decision, not judging the player, but it doesn't hurt Meadville as bad on that personal foul call.
So we'll see if Meadville can answer. It's been back and forth as Thompson with a quick pass out to Phillips on the near sidelines. He gets to the 20, still working before being escorted out of bounds around the 22-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 5 on the first down pass.
And that's what those kind of plays really help Meadville. Those are slow developing plays, a quick, a pass out there, but they're so fast. They can get to the edge so quick that that's the kind of play that works for Meadville. And now we're getting at the 2-minute mark, and so now this is not the strength of Meadville, but they've been able to move the ball quickly tonight.
So 2nd and 4 on the pickup of 6. Thompson out of the shotgun. The handoff to Lawrence, the right side. If he can get to the outside, he has a ways to go. He does. He cuts through 1. He's across the 40, still working as he nears midfield. Pushed down around the 48. So that's going to be a pickup of 25 on the run for Lawrence, who just went over the 100-yard mark unofficially in the first half.
And I know these coaches are going to be counting the missed tackles. And again, the missed tackles aren't because of poor technique. It's because of the athletic ability of these Meadville runners. They're making McDowell miss. But I'm sure the coaches are going to bring this up, that there were a ton of missed tackles here in this first half.
So 105 on 17 carries unofficially, as that one goes for 24 to the 47. Taking a look at timeouts. Meadville with 1 remaining here in the first half of play as they work 1st and 10. Thompson motions Phillips. But Thompson going to call his own number and try the right side. He crosses midfield, and he has an open lane down the 40, still working to the 30. He is gone. The answer just like that, as that time a 53-yard touchdown run by Jacoby Thompson.
Thompson takes the bad penalty and bounces back and just runs past everybody. It looked like they had good angles on him after some great blocking. The Meadville offensive line and the backs putting together great blocking, creating the hole, and he just explodes through that. To run past guys who are making an angle at him is really, really incredible, and Meadville's really showing some special stuff here tonight.
Needs just 26 seconds for the answer, does Meadville, and they use the run game to do it, as this one blocked on the extra point, so it will be McDowell remaining in front after James Miller can't get that one to go through. It's 21-20.
Jordan Brown, Amir Jones both bursting through the line, and that's big. An extra point doesn't sound like a lot, but tonight it looks like this is going to be one of those games I did not really expect, but it's exciting. This is great. End-to-end, a lot of offense. The defensive coordinators are not thrilled with what either defense is playing, but the fans are enjoying this one.
So if you're just joining us here as we await the kickoff, boy, has it, especially here in the second quarter, been back and forth. Things got started, a couple of punts for Meadville, and McDowell's opening possession was moving quickly before a Brody Bonsall fumble. But then on McDowell's second possession, Bonsall recovered from that with a 1-yard touchdown run, a drive that was mostly set up by Flemings in the passing game. After that, Meadville with a response as well as the pass. Jacoby Thompson, 55 yards to Tymir Phillips to tie the game at 7. After a stop on defense, it was a 6-yard touchdown pass as Meadville moved down the field. Thompson to Keith and Arnold to make it 14-7. But then the special teams play takes over, and McDowell needs just a minute to respond as Bonsall with a 2-yard touchdown run. And then we saw the big 93-yarder from Bonsall for the 21-14 lead. And then Jacoby Thompson, after that penalty, as you mentioned, Jamie, answers right back with a 53-yard score as Miller boots this one. It's going to angle towards the sideline, and that's going to be a penalty here and give McDowell good field position. They've got 1:41 and 2 timeouts to go to try and extend this lead.
And they want to kick it that way to avoid, they've been having trouble containing the return game, and it just didn't work out. You know, that bouncing ball, as everyone knows, is very, very difficult. So you get the advantage, maybe getting a fumble, maybe getting one of the up guys to carry it who won't be danger, but it just too far out of bounds, unfortunately.
So
I think they want them to
a re-kick. Yeah, they're going to call for a re-kick. So, and when you've seen the special teams play we have here in the first half, Jamie, why not? Between Bastow and Hafey in the back, especially Hafey in the return game, whether it be punt or via the kickoff, he has some special speed to get to the outside. So we'll see if he can make some more magic here before this first half expires. Again, make sure you stay tuned to the broadcast here for the Hall Pros halftime show, as we hope to bring you the homecoming festivities as well as a little bit of the Meadville band as we continue along here on our Erie News Now game of the week. So Miller will reset things back at his 35-yard line and get ready to boot this one. Another low line drive on the ground. This one will stay in play as Bastow will have to retreat to his own 6-yard line before picking it up and awaiting his blocks. We'll see if he gets a lane as he tries to cross the field, but he is brought down there. So McDowell again will have 1:34 now to try and march the field and extend the lead to 8.
Good tackle there, as it looked like something would develop since McDowell's made everything work on the returns from what turned into looked to be disastrous to a 60-yard return. They almost made it happen there. So a minute 34 is not a long period of time for this offense. So get in, punch it in is what McDowell's obviously looking to do. Get the momentum going into halftime.
78 yards and 2 timeouts is what they have on that 94-second clock that awaits the Trojans offense. Dante Flemings, but Brody Bonsall went 93 yards on one play, so we'll see what he does as the read option is Flemings is spun down. Play where he faked the run and tried to go to a quick pass, but nothing developed.
Landon Davis, great play to read that. It looked like Flemings wanted to throw it too, and it was all blown up by Davis, the sophomore left tackle for Meadville.
Has a loss of 2. So we'll set things up here as Flemings trying to look for the passing play. Looks near sidelines. Cameron Bastow. Does he get the catch? They're going to mark him inbounds for the catch that gets out to the 33-yard line for a pickup of 13. And that should be good for a first down.
Coaches up here in the booth did not agree, but again, just 1 foot in high school. He did not look like he had 2 feet. He does not need the 2 feet, and we can't see it because the player is blocked, so we're not sure, but the referee was right on top of it.
So 73 yards passing unofficially for Flemings here, as he has missed just once on 8 tries.
We haven't seen him throw a lot, but he has a very, very strong arm.
So Flemings will look to the air again. A quick passer out to Bastow. Tries to set up the screen, but not much doing. He may lose a yard or 2 as this one backed up to around the 31, and that's where Aaron Slocum will call his second timeout.
Good job by that Meadville defense. Dane Moody, the right end, reading that play. The 5'9" sophomore shutting the play down, and that is a necessary timeout here to try to reset this.
So, Bastow, who had a couple of early receptions, gets 2 here on this drive, so that'll bring up a 2nd and 11. 60 seconds to go here in the opening half here from Gus Anderson Field. It is 21-20. McDowell leading Meadville on our Erie News Now Game of the Week. We want to thank our great sponsors that are able to bring this to you each and every week. That includes Leon's Construction, Nova Countertops and Kitchens, Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, Meadville Medical Center and Plastic. And we also want to thank the McDowell High School staff here in the Mill Creek Township School District for allowing us to bring you this game, as we've still got a number of great games to bring you this season. Coming up next week, we'll have Fort LaBeouf and General McLean, and 2 weeks from now, the big one everybody circles on its calendar. That would be Cathedral Prep and McDowell right back here at Gus Anderson Field. Flemings from 2nd and 11 with a man in motion. He'll fake the pass and go on the run as he goes spun across the 35 and up to around the 39-yard line. That'll pick up 7 as the clock continues to wind.
I'm surprised they haven't used him more often tonight. He's a very effective runner. He's got a good arm too, but he hasn't run the ball a whole lot.
So Flemings working on 3rd down. The quick pass out to Bastow. Can't one-hand that catch. It'll fall incomplete with 34 seconds to go.
So now it puts them into a 4th down in their own territory, and it does look like the special teams units are coming on.
So we've got whistles blowing here as trying to sort things out. Each team has a timeout left, but we'll see how this punt and return game goes, as we've had plenty of special teams sparked for both teams. Tymir Phillips will go back, as getting set to kick things off this time will be Joe McLaughlin to try and punt it away. McLaughlin gets dangerously close to being blocked as this one bounces.
They ran into him. That's a 1st down.
Frustration. Both teams have had some penalties that will leave coaches will leave coaches displeased, is what I'm trying to say here. And McDowell offense comes right back onto the field.
Yeah, 15-yard penalty, and that's I wouldn't call it a mental error, just a physical error. It's really impossible to stop your momentum. The punter sold it a little bit, but that's a good play by him. That's what you should do. So McDowell gets a 2nd chance after a disappointing drive, and they don't have a lot of time here. There's a lot of time that ran off the clock.
So the ball will be moved up to the 46 of Meadville with 27 seconds to go in the half. McDowell with 1 timeout. Flemings will roll to his left, looking deep downfield. He'll toss it as Tymir Phillips was awaiting that one, and that time it was almost like past defense, as Kingston, Horton, and Dickerson had to turn into a defensive back to make sure that one wasn't intercepted.
Tymir Phillips, great coverage there, and what's really difficult is to have that coverage and not get called for interference. They let a lot more go in high school than you see professionally, and we don't have the advantage of the slow motion replay or anything like that, but it did not appear that there was any interference. That's just solid coverage. Just couldn't get enough behind the ball to throw it ahead of the receiver.
Flemings with 3 receivers split out. He'll wait, looking deep again. This time is downfield. Bastow reels it in. 46 yards on the connection for the touchdown, and it is now 27-20 McDowell.
What a catch, Cameron Bastow. That is a lot harder than it looks. He's looking over the back. I did not think he was going to catch that. The ball I thought it was overthrown. He runs underneath it, and it looked like he had to look over his shoulder and catch that. That is a fantastic play and a fantastic catch.
A la the Willie Mays catch. Looking back, and a great concentration play as Flemings missed on the last deep throw, but he connects there. That time, Bastow able to get behind his defensive back. Joe Clark boots it through, and it's now an 8-point lead for McDowell. No time too short for McDowell to answer there, and again, that was all thanks to a penalty running into the punter, roughing the punter, I should say, 15 yards that kept that drive alive.
Well, the quarterback ratings for these two guys are through the roof. Every pass they've thrown has been complete or for a touchdown, and some crazy statistics here in this first half so far, but it's been very even. A great job by both teams. Meadville gets that, well, we think, with 13 seconds to go, that last punch before the end of the first half.
And stay tuned for halftime, brought to you by Hall Pros, Erie's trusted junk removal team, as we'll have plenty to get to recapping this exciting and back and forth first half. So Clark will get set after the extra point to extend the lead to 8 here. Get set to kick it off, and you'd imagine they'd maybe want to put this one in play, try and wind the clock here and not allow Meadville to have much of a decision other than go to half. Again, McDowell will receive the second half kickoff after Meadville won the toss and elected to receive. Phillips and Lawrence back to receive for the Bulldogs as Clark gets ready to boot it away. He sends this one up in the air as Phillips will take it at his own 5-yard line and try to set things up here. He shuffles, but he is met quickly, still working the legs, but then brought down with 7 seconds to go before the half.
And a good job there to eliminate. I would expect them to take a knee. A nice defensive play to shut down that return, not make them create anything, to even put them into a self-position to throw up a desperate pass at the end. And I would assume, being so deep in their own territory, they'll play it safe.
So 7 seconds to go, 1 timeout. It is a 28-20 lead for McDowell over Meadville. It is homecoming weekend here at Gus Anderson Field and the McDowell School District, as I can see the homecoming court making their way onto the field here. They'll get ready for the halftime festivities, which we will bring you. As indeed, Thompson will just take a knee and a little shoving there. Thompson falls to the ground. The clock will wind. And that will be the end of the first half. After a half of play here from Gus Anderson Field, the McDowell Trojans 28, the Meadville Bulldogs 20. The Hall Pros halftime show coming your way here after a quick commercial break.
What if where you banked made a difference? What if that bank were the only one headquartered right here, and every dollar stayed here to empower businesses to create jobs? Empower families to prosper. Empower our communities to be better places. Because after all, we're in this together. And where you bank does matter. Be empowered at Marquette Savings Bank.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Thinking of selling but feeling stressed and just don't know where to begin? As Erie's senior care expert, I can make selling your home a little less stressful by personally assisting you from beginning to end. I will be there personally every step of the way. Beat your competition and list now while the housing inventory is low and the seller's market is still hot. Call D. Caruana and Associates today and put my one-of-a-kind multimedia marketing plan to work for you. Your home could be the next one on our sold list.
We tackle some of Erie's toughest and dirtiest jobs, so you don't have to. We're Hall Pros, Erie's 5-star rated junk removal service. From estate cleanouts to hoarding situations, our team delivers results you can see the same day. Families and business owners trust us because we show up prepared, handle every detail, and leave nothing behind but relief. Call today and mention you saw us on TV for $50 off your next cleanout. Results first, that's our promise.
The High School Football Halftime Show is brought to you by Hall Pros, Erie's trusted junk removal team.
We welcome you into the Hall Pros halftime show. Hall Pros, Erie's trusted junk removal team. As we begin the halftime festivities, they are honoring a number of great athletes here and the Hall of Fame that will be enshrined here coming up in just a couple of weeks for the McDowell Trojans as they get set here, and then the homecoming court awaiting. Let's take a quick look at some out-of-town scoreboards because we will get you to a quick break after this here on the Hall Pros halftime show. as we continue along a busy night of action across District 10. As we take a look at things here tonight, some early scores, some Wilmington over Grand Valley, Ohio, 35-0. Slippery Rock 35-0 over Sharpsville down in Mercer County, 43-0 Greenville over Mercer. Eisenhower leading Cochranton 7-0. Sagertown 27-3 over Union City at halftime. Mercier's Prep with a 13-7 lead over Harbor Creek. Conneaut 21-0 over Northwestern. 21-14 Girard over Seneca. Fort LaBeouf and Grove City scoreless in the second quarter. 12-10 Erie High over Hickory. 7-0 Titusville over Warren at the half. General McLean all over Corey, 28-6. All right, it looks like we are ready for the homecoming festivities, so we will bring at least a portion of that to you here as we get set on homecoming weekend from Gus Anderson Field. We're going to step aside and allow the public address announcer to bring you this year's homecoming court at McDowell High School.
Our first couple, Aubrey Bidwell Ray and Tyler Allen. Aubrey is a McDowell senior who has been a member of McDowell Honor College for 4 years and a member of the National and International Honor Society for 2 years. Outside the school, she is part of the Westminster Figure Skating Club and has been figure skating since she was 2. She also enjoys hanging out with friends, shopping, and watching the sunset. Following graduation, Aubrey plans to go to college to pursue pediatric chemistry while majoring in biology. Aubrey is escorted by Tyler Allen. Tyler is a McDowell senior who has been a member of the McDowell Honor College for 4 years. He has also participated in the Investment Club for 2 years and has been a part of the McDowell boys golf team for 4 years. Outside of school, he enjoys skiing, playing card games, and watching football. After graduation, Tyler plans on attending college to pursue majors in psychology and sports management, and eventually become a sports psychologist and start physical practice. Ladies and gentlemen, Aubrey Bidwell Ray and Tyler Allen. Our next couple, Olivia DeVries and Tristan Welch. Olivia is a McDowell senior who has been involved in the McDowell varsity game for 6 years. McDowell Media Coach for 3, and McDowell CPA for 4 years, and has been a section leader in the band for 2 years. Outside of school, she enjoys sewing, traveling, working with kids, and photography. Following graduation, Olivia plans to attend Slippery Rock University for her bachelor's degree in special in early childhood education. Olivia is being escorted by Tristan Welch. Tristan is a McDowell senior who has been involved in the varsity band for 5 years and has been a section leader of alto saxophone for 2 years. Tristan has also been a member on the track team for the past 4 years and has been on the long distance track team for 2 years. Outside school, he enjoys summer concerts, going to the movies, and lifeguarding in Waldemere. During the summer after graduation, she plans on going into the United States Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Olivia DeVries and Tristan Welch. Couple number 3, Maggie Zenmeyer and Jane Old. Maggie's McDowell senior who has been
We're going to take a step aside. We'll tell you who is the homecoming king and queen. We'll be back here on the Hall Pros halftime show in just a moment.
Beat the heat this summer with eco-friendly cellulose insulation from Leon Construction. Our cellulose systems keep hot air out and your home cooler naturally. It's energy efficient, safe, and perfect for summer retrofits or upgrades. Don't let the sun drive up your bills. Call Leon Construction or visit us at leoncep.com. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
At the Empty Keg, we believe a good meal feels like home. Family owned and a proud part of Edinboro's history, our doors have always been open to neighbors, friends, and newcomers alike. Our homestyle menu brings people together with hearty daily specials made to be shared. From seasonal beers and monthly tap features to happy hour specials after work, there's always something to raise a glass to. Whether it's a family dinner, a night out with friends, or just a place to unwind, the Empty Keg is where everyone belongs. The Empty Keg, where Edinboro comes together.
2025 Hallman Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LT 4-wheel drive. Buy for 2.9% APR for 72 months or lease 0 down $489 per month.
You heard right. For 0 down or 2.9% APR, you can take this home.
This week at Hallman Chevrolet, take your pick of SUVs. 2025 Trax LS, 2026 Trailblazer LT all-wheel drive, and 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive. One low payment, only $299 per month. Hurry to Hallman Chevrolet.
Friday nights in our community mean one thing: high school football. And just like your hometown team, McMillan's Towing is always ready when you need us most. From breakdowns and accidents to roadside emergencies, McMillan's Towing has you covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. McMillan's Towing, proud to support our student athletes and the entire community this season. McMillan's Towing, reliable, professional, always here when you need us. Call 814-897-8989.
We tackle some of Erie's toughest and dirtiest jobs, so you don't have to. We're Haul Pros, Erie's 5-star rated junk removal service. From estate cleanouts to hoarding situations, our team delivers results you can see the same day. Families and business owners trust us because we show up prepared, handle every detail, and leave nothing behind but relief. Call today and mention you saw us on TV for $50 off your next cleanout. Results first, that's our promise.
Plastech is a global manufacturing company rooted right here in Erie, Pennsylvania, producing parts that keep the world moving forward by people from right here in our community. A sustainable, innovative, and driven family business, all of our facilities are well equipped with a variety of technology, machinery, knowledge, skill, and talent to design, build, manufacture. Plastech is proud to call this place home.
Good evening. Here's a look at the stories coming up at 11. It's the biggest racing day of the year at Presque Isle Downs and Casino as the 2025 Masters Stakes will be run tonight. Erie News Now will be there at the finish line and bring you all the details from the $300,000 race. Plus, the Erie Police Department releasing surveillance footage tonight of 4 suspects involved in a scheme accused of placing skimming devices on credit card machines at local businesses on 2 separate incidents. We'll have all the details for you coming up tonight on Erie News Now at 11. Plus, today, the 3rd Friday of September, National POWMIA Recognition Day, a day that honors U.S. prisoners of war and those missing in action. Down at the Bayfront, our local veterans hosted a fire watch party to ensure those still missing are never forgotten. All that and more tonight at 11.
We welcome you back here to the Hall Pros halftime show. Hall Pros, Erie's trusted junk removal team. As we get set here, the homecoming quarterfinal couples are being introduced as we show you here. But as we continue along here, Jamie, some interesting play in the first half. Special teams making a big mark, but your biggest takeaways from the opening half of play here, 28-20 McDowell.
Meadville's ability to use their skill players to their extreme abilities. They're using the full field, which is McDowell knew that they were going to do that, and they're getting push off the line. They're winning the line sometimes, which I really thought McDowell would dominate. And Meadville has really been impressive so far in this first half. McDowell did not have a very good first quarter and a half. Very sloppy, a lot of procedure penalties, turnover, and saved by that special teams play. But it is something that they've recovered with 2 late first half drives.
We take a look at the halftime stats. Plenty of rushing yards, as well over 300 yards between the 2 teams. As we continue along here, the big passing play to put Deontay Fleming's over 100 passing yards here, but the penalties adding up as well as we continue along here. On the Hall Pros halftime show, we'll take our final timeout of halftime and be back with the homecoming king and queen. We'll be able to tell you about and get you set for the second half.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
Thinking of selling but feeling stressed and just don't know where to begin? As Erie's senior care expert, I can make selling your home a little less stressful by personally assisting you from beginning to end. I will be there personally every step of the way. Beat your competition and list now while the housing inventory is low and the seller's market is still hot. Call D. Caruana and Associates today and put my one-of-a-kind multimedia marketing plan to work for you. Your home could be the next one on our sold list.
It's that time again. Kids going back to school. Sad enough to make you cry. Who you kidding? You got the whole day to yourselves. So get down to Erie Floors Back to School Sale, where all our floors major in style and durability. We'll give you an A for effort if you change out your F in floors. Start the fall semester with extra flooring credit. But don't be tardy. Come end of September, it's school's out. We'll do all the homework for you. Because at Erie Floors, our world is under your feet.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying the game. We got a fantastic weekend ahead.
We're looking good as we head on into the Erie Irish Heritage Festival. Things looking really good for tonight. And then for your Saturday, there is a chance of a shower as we head on into your Sunday, but that would be late into the day. But for tomorrow, looking good. If you're not heading to the festival, we're looking great. So we're looking at lots of sunshine to start the day, and then some increasing cloudiness as we head towards the afternoon and into tomorrow night, but temperatures nice and seasonal for us. Heading out to the Browns game against the Packers on Sunday, looking okay. There might be a chance of a late game shower for you out there, but other than that, looking pretty good. And of course, you can watch the game of the Steelers, the Patriots on WSEE TV. And remember, you can track all your weather 24 hours a day, free of charge from the App Store and Google Play. Just download the Erie Weather app, free today and every day from the App Store and Google Play.
We welcome you back into the Hall Pros halftime show. Hall Pros, Erie's trusted junk removal team. We want to send out a congratulations tonight to the 2025 homecoming king and queen here at McDowell High School. The queen is Olivia Hafey, and the king tonight, Damon Amison. So a big congratulations to the two of them. As we get to some individual statistics here in the first half, again, everything unofficial as we try to bring you as much as we can. On 8 carries, 134 yards for Brody Bonsall, and he had those 3 touchdown runs of 1 yard, 2 yards, and the big 93-yard touchdown run in the first half, certainly on his way to being a nominee for the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria Player of the Game. Deontay Flemings, 5 carries for 35 yards, and then you also had the big 13-yard run there in that first half. That time coming off Nico Sargent. He had a 22-yard run in that first half of play. You had the 118 yards passing for Deontay Flemings. He had just 3 completions, going 9 of 12 for 118 yards. And then on the other side, Jacoby Thompson passing for 78 yards as he was 4 of 8. 25 yards rushing for Thompson, 12 yards for Tymere Phillips, and then it was Jordan Lawrence with 17 carries for 105 yards. as we welcome you in. John Leidick alongside Jamie Murphy. Jamie, anything stand out? I know you mentioned as we were going into halftime some prolific passing from both quarterbacks in this one of the first half.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that McDowell hasn't used their quarterback more to throw downfield. We finally saw at the very end of that first half. He is coming into the season not their primary quarterback, but a player who is very athletic. They use at other positions. But he's got a very good arm, good touch, a perfect throw, and a great catch as we saw in that late touchdown with 13 seconds to go. The passes from Meadville are safe screen passes, but that's exactly which, of course, helps the players could care less about quarterback rating, but it helps their quarterback rating, but it helps them utilize expanding that side-to-side field, which has really worked well for Meadville tonight. And the quarterback's getting the job done. I would expect that McDowell will go back to more of the running game here to start this second half and try to wear down this Meadville defense.
So let's recap the scoring for you, shall we? If you're just joining us again after a punt in the opening possession, as Meadville won the coin toss, elected to receive. They punt the football, and McDowell moving the football before a Brody Bonsall fumble as they were inside Meadville territory. But after another punt by the Bulldogs, it was McDowell moving the ball down the field, and that time it was Bonsall scoring from a yard out for an early 7-0 lead. But a quick response by Meadville via the passing game, as it was Jacoby Thompson finding Tymir Phillips, who did the rest, 55 yards to even things up at 7 apiece. After McDowell missed on a 43-yard field goal, that set up Meadville with the ball back in play as they went down the field, and it was another passing touchdown, this time on a 3rd and goal. It was Jacoby Thompson to Keith and Arnold to make it a 14-7 lead for the Bulldogs. But McDowell needed very little time, just a minute, to answer the bell, as off a great special teams return, that set up Bonsall for a second touchdown run of the half, this time coming for 2 yards. And then after the final punt of the half for Meadville and a penalty that set McDowell back at its own 7-yard line, don't worry, because Brody Bonsall had a 93-yard touchdown run that's made it 21-14. As we get set up here, as the teams get set to warm up. And then finally, after Meadville couldn't score, Deontay Flemings finding Cameron Bastow for a 46-yard touchdown. That wrapped up the scoring there in the first half. 28-20 is your score as we get set for the second half of play. And the McDowell Trojans would get the ball first, Jamie, to start things off. We'll see what they do here.
So McDowell, I would say a little disappointed in that first half. A lot of great individual things, but a lot of things coaches want to see better. They want to see better tackling. They want to, again, it's the Meadville athleticism that is creating the missed tackles more than technique issues for McDowell. They want to see the less penalties. There was that disastrous stretch of false starts. So you got to learn from it. You move on. Coach Slocum and his staff have been around for a very long time. They know what motivates these players. I expect McDowell to come out strong in this second half. And you know, I think McDowell was a favorite in this one because they're at home. I had them as I thought this would be a sizable win for McDowell. But that shows you that anything can happen in the game. And Meadville has proven that they can play with McDowell, and they're utilizing their skill. And McDowell's having a lot of problems with that.
Remember, once this one goes final here tonight at Gus Anderson Field, that doesn't mean you have to go away. We will take you all the way through the postgame show. That's brought to you by Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria. They carry the postgame show, and one lucky player tonight will be named the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria Player of the Game, and they will get a great T-shirt, which you can see the picture with our Player of the Game over on our Facebook. And you can see them as part of the 10-2 Credit Union Football Fridays coming up tonight at 11:15. With Chris Soule and Logan Lepiscopo back in studio. I'm John Leidick alongside Jamie Murphy. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight. It is our 4th week of the Erie News Now Game of the Week, 5th week of the high school football season, and so glad to be having you along for the ride here as we bring one of the games throughout District 10 into your living rooms, kitchens, wherever you may be watching, maybe in your football fan cave as well. Thanks so much for being a part. As James Miller gets set to boot this one along the ground, it will bounce, be picked up by Hafey back at around his 11-yard line, and we are off and going here in the second half. Hafey, who did great things in the return game in the first half of play, gets a pretty decent return here to set things up for McDowell on its opening possession of the second half.
And we saw them run no huddle from the beginning. Expect nothing else from them here. And, of course, Coach Slocum wants a little bit more less sloppy here in this second half. And we did, as I said, we did see that in the last minute. That's exactly what McDowell wanted to do the entire game. They went down the field. Great read there as well by their quarterback Flemings, and a good throw there at the end of the half. And so we'll expect to see them moving the ball probably after halftime adjustments, possibly a little easier in the second half.
So we'll get things started from the McDowell 32-yard line with a couple of receivers split out, and the quick flip here. That is a pass. That's going to go to Hafey as he moves to the right side. He's got the great speed. Once he gets to the perimeter, he's across midfield, still working before being ushered out right around the 42-yard line. So 18 and a pickup of 8. Give him 26 on the quick flip catch.
Brody Bonsall, great block. He pushed his man, didn't hold him, just stayed with his block the entire time, opened up that hole on the right side. And a great play by Bonsall. That added at least 15 more yards to the run.
So 26, give 144 for Flemings. As a flag flies here, the first of the second half, and a eager Meadville team as the McDowell coaches excited for the offsides call.
Yeah, and first play, a big chunk play, and then offside. So a great start so far, looking to capitalize on that.
As we continue along here, Flemings out of the shotgun, motions a man before handing it off to Bosnell, who's up across the 30 inside and chugging those legs down to the 26-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 10 and a fresh set of downs upcoming for the Trojans as they are off and running here to start the second half.
And every time Brody Bonsall's gotten the ball, it's been 10, 15, and then, of course, they had that 90-yard run, so he's churning up the yards. His yards per carry is insane at this point. And doing a great job. He's also done a great job defensively, too, and a great special teams tackle at the end of that first half. So he's been everywhere.
Yeah, pretty good average here tonight. 9 carries for 144 unofficially. As Flemings out of the shotgun formation here. He'll hand it right back to Bonsall as he goes right up the gut, still working his legs, bounces off a tackle. He will not go down as he goes from the 25 inside down to about the 9-yard line.
16 more yards, and he doesn't come across as like really fast or really big, but no one can get him. He just slips right through, and he's going to take a little breather on this play.
160, so he was averaging 16 a pop, if my math holds there. As Deontay Flemings looking for the pass, it's tipped and intercepted. Going the other way, still working. Here goes Meadville. What a turn of events here as this one goes the distance. As we await, there is a flag, though, back here, so let's hold the phones for this one. As that was intercepted by none other than Jacoby Thompson. So I'm looking for the quick play-action pass. We'll await the penalty call here, but a big change of events as McDowell was knocking on the door.
Zach Carr, I think, was the man that tipped that pass. So it was deflected at the line. It does look like it is going to come back. The interception should hold, and then a penalty on the run back.
Wow. We have had, you feel like you're at Waldemere with the roller coaster ride we've been on here, from the back and forth play and then the turn of events here from special team sparks and more as we await the call here. But Jacoby Thompson showing up in all facets. Again, he could be another nominee on the Meadville side for our Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria player of the game.
Yeah, he's in every play. Offense, defense, he just dominates. So you can hear the PA announcer with the block in the back on the return, which erased approximately a 96-yard interception return for a touchdown. So again, a bad break that's a good defensive play by Meadville, not a mental mistake by McDowell. So now you just got to count on your defense, get that momentum back.
So Meadville thwarts that McDowell opening drive. They'll start things at their own 13-yard line with 10:38 to go here in the third quarter of play. So the whistles have reset play here as the play clock winds with Jacoby Thompson, the man who picked the ball, as he hands it off to Jordan Lawrence. He's going to try the right side, and boy, talk about some tough running tonight. We've seen it from both sides of the ball. As that time, I believe, 7 yards on the pickup, maybe give him 8 out to the 21-yard line.
So again, a totally different approach by Meadville. They go a lot slower, a lot more methodical, but it's been working for them tonight, getting consistent yardage on first down and second down. There's another nice play. It looked like that was blocked, that was shut off. That's 7-8 yards.
So we'll pick it up 2nd and 2 from the 21 of Meadville. Thompson working out of the shotgun formation. So he has 4 receivers split out. Lawrence, though, going to try the right side again and just use his blockers to push his way through. Gets out to about, they'll get him to the 23-yard line. That's enough. He needed to, got to, for a fresh set of downs.
So now we'll see we saw Meadville go side to side. They're going up the middle a little bit more, but they're having success everywhere that they go. And some issue with a flag coming off one of the pants of the players being thrown around.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the Meadville 23-yard line as the score 28-20 here with 9:28 to go in the third quarter. Why not? Lawrence again, the right side. This time he's met quickly, though, spun, maybe gets 2 yards on a play that looked like it was going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage. Still a productive run for Lawrence's 3rd consecutive.
I think that was Amir Jones. It was kind of tough to see from this angle, who came in and gave that good pop there, and a good job to hang on to the football and to get hit that hard by Jordan Lawrence to not let go. And we have not seen that. We just saw a turnover, but Meadville has done a good job of holding on to the ball tonight.
So they give him 3 for 118 on the night after 20 carries. And this time Thompson on the read option tries to go up the middle. He picks up about 1.5 yards, so that'll bring up about a 3rd and a long 5.
And a good job by the interior of that defensive line for McDowell. John Nelson, Jamar Roberts on that right side of the defensive line, and that's a key stop now. So instead of getting that 5-6 yards and puts them in an easy 3rd down conversion, now it's a little bit more complicated. So that was a key stop there.
I know we're talking football tonight there, Jamie, but an update from the Erie Seawolves. They lead 3-1 at the top of the 8th inning, looking to go to a 4th consecutive Eastern League Championship Series. Thompson takes the shotgun snap, looks to the right side, and that's batted down on the 3rd down play. And that will bring up a 4th down for Meadville deep inside its own territory.
John Nelson, the 6'1", 230 senior, with a great play. They always teach the lineman, if you can't get to the quarterback, you jump up in the air. That, of course, the quick pass has been the method of every pass for Meadville tonight, and a great job by him to read that, and athletic to get up in the air and block that. What a great play. That's such a, you look at these linemen, you think, oh, they're big, they don't move. They're so athletic on top of that.
So 2 turnovers tonight for McDowell, fumbled an interception, but Meadville unable to capitalize to try and tie this game up here as we await the punt, and that is a low-line drive, but Hafey's going to stay away from that one, and a favorable Meadville bounce as that one will go out around the McDowell 34. So lucky enough there for Jacoby Thompson, that one avoided a number of people to get a very favorable bounce for Meadville.
He almost hit his center in the face. That was interesting. And there was also not an easy snap to catch, so it was a good job by him to do that.
So McDowell will have its 2nd possession of this second half here after they were marching before the tipped ball at the line inside the 10, and it was intercepted by Jacoby Thompson. So this time make it the 34. They started the half on the opening possession of the 32. 7:58 to go here in quarter number 3. As who else but Brody Bonsall moving and grooving all the way out to the 50 for a pickup of 16.
So he keeps his average, 16 yards a carry, pretty good. Again, just scoots right through and no one touches him.
Going quick here as Bonsall this time bounces off one tackler, and what vision to keep going, and he is pulling defenders with him. Look at him go down to the 25 as he picks up 25 more yards, and boy, is he a hard man to bring down tonight for the Meadville defense.
I just find him fascinating because he's not really big runner. I mean, he's big and athletic. I mean, he's 5'10", 178, so he's not very, average size, I guess. And it just no one can bring him down. He just makes it happen. It's hard to explain. He doesn't look, when you see him run, like a speedster, but no one can catch him.
Starting to maybe see a little fatigue set in for the Meadville defensive line as Bonsall tries to go to the right side there. Gets inside the 20 and down to the 16. That'll be a pickup of 9.
And the Meadville coaches yelling about holding Paul. That was Ian Lunger who tackled his opponent on that play and may have gotten away with one.
Bonsall going to go right back up the center. Bounces off one tackler who's just holding on there as from the 16 all the way down to the 7 for another pickup of 9.
And Jamel Mitchell with a good tackle there, staying with Bonsall, make sure he does not get away from him. Not much you can do in that second level, just hang on. And McDowell, this is what they wanted to do from the start. We see this is their game plan right now.
Fleming's out of the shotgun. Bonsall going to try the right side. He has plenty of blocking, and he takes it in for the final 7 yards and his 4th touchdown run of the night.
And that's how it's done. Right down the field. Impose your will. That is an excellent, excellent job by McDowell.
So McDowell extends the lead here with 6:26 to go in the third quarter. Has 4 rushing touchdowns after a pretty impressive performance a week ago for Brody Bonsall. Joe Clark will look to make this a 35-20 score. He knocks it to the right upright, but it's just inside there. So 35-20 the score with 6:26 remaining in the third quarter. We are back in a moment here on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
Cleaning your gutters again? Don't risk your life on a ladder every season. At Leon Construction, our lifetime no-clog gutter systems keep your home safe and your feet on the ground. No leaks, no clogs, no worries, and backed by a lifetime guarantee. Get the royal treatment your home deserves. Call today or visit us at leoncep.com and never clean your gutters again. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Step into Valerio's Italian Restaurant and Pizzeria. Our food is made with the freshest ingredients where every bite is an escape to Italy. From fresh and delicious pizzas to calzones, wings, soups, and many other appetizers. Not only can you get our delicious food in our 3 locations, we also offer catering services. From business luncheons to weddings, we have your catering needs covered. So bring the whole family or make it a date night. It'll be an experience you won't forget.
Valerio's, fresh from Italy to you.
Welcome back to the Erie News Now Game of the Week. John Leidick alongside Jamie Murphy here as McDowell's lead grows to 35-20 with 6:26 as Clark boots this one away towards the sideline. It will bounce out, and that'll be a penalty on McDowell as Tymier Phillips was going to take a look at that one. But a start here as Meadville with some work to do here. Despite forcing that turnover to start the second half, they currently trail by 15.
And this is critical to get the bounce back. So McDowell has all the momentum, all of it. They got their stop on defense. If it wasn't there in that first half, they couldn't get that stop. They got it, they scored, and now this is it. This is where Meadville has to answer or this game could get away from them very quickly.
So they'll start at the Meadville 35-yard line. Second possession of the second half. Jacoby Thompson will work out of the shotgun with Jordan Lawrence, the man to his right. High snap, but able to corral it as Thompson. Lawrence with nowhere to go. He's going to be ushered out after losing about 2. That'll bring up a 2nd and 12.
And, you know, a lot of these players, again, they're used to this. It's not like you or I stepping out in the field and trying to play the full game. No offense. But it's, you know, they're tired. They're out there, and McDowell just went right through them, and they're playing the skill position. So that's tough to go back out there again and play on offense. And the snap, again, the snap was just a little off. It throws the whole play off, and that's what disrupted that.
Jamie, I once asked my mother back in the 9th grade to play football, and I went to high school with Erin Donald nonetheless. She said that was a very quick hook no. As Ray Collins will call his first time out of the half on 2nd and 11. We'll take a timeout as well. Back in a moment on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
Friday nights in our community mean one thing: high school football. And just like your hometown team, McMillan's Towing is always ready when you need us most. From breakdowns and accidents to roadside emergencies, McMillan's Towing has you covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. McMillan's Towing, Proud to support our student athletes and the entire community this season. McMillan's Towing. Reliable, professional, always here when you need us. Call 814-897-8989.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Welcome back to Gus Anderson Field, the site of our Erie News Now Game of the Week broadcast. John Laddick alongside Jamie Murphy. 2nd and 11 awaiting the Meadville Bulldogs at their own 34-yard line as Thompson looks to pass, looking deep downfield, tossing it up, and Tymir Phillips has it. He is gone. That is going to be a 66-yard touchdown pass. The second time tonight those two have connected on a 50-plus yard touchdown pass.
And we said before the drive, Meadville's got to have an answer, and they do. He has man coverage. He rolls out, beats his man. Perfect throw. We haven't seen him throw downfield too often, Jacoby Thompson, and he doesn't throw the ball a whole lot. He doesn't have to. And that one surprised the McDowell defense. And here we are again. It looked like McDowell's going to pull away, and it's just they can't do it to this Meadville team.
They went earlier on the opening touchdown, 55 yards, that duo, and now 66 for the score. And just like that, they go for the extra point. James Miller is good. 35-27. Stay tuned here on this track meet of the Erie News Now Game of the Week. We'll be back in a moment.
Meet Bree. Bree tracks every dollar she spends, but she doesn't spend a lot of time doing it. Bree uses Marquette's personal financial management tool. It's fast, easy, accurate. Just ask her what she spends on coffee, on streaming services, or doggy daycare. Bree's spending is really looking good, just like her savings account. Be empowered. Marquette Savings Bank.
Your home is your castle, but is your roof fit for a king? At Leon Construction, we provide top-tier roofing to shield your home from leaks and the damaging effects of water. With premium materials, expert craftsmanship, and lifetime warranties, we don't just build roofs, we build protection. Get the royal treatment your home deserves. Call today for your free roof inspection. Leon Construction, the king of quality. Call 450-4601 or visit us online at leoncep.com.
We welcome you back. Gus Anderson Field as a 35-27 score. Meadville just answering with a 66-yard touchdown pass. Jacoby Thompson to Tymir Phillips. As James Miller boots this one away. The sophomore kicker right at a McDowell Trojan, smartly falling down to the ground after it hit off. That time, Cash Hammond. And he falls down at the 32-yard line. That's where McDowell began its latest possession.
And typically on a return, you're taught really not to reach up and try to grab those. That's a really tough ball to catch when it's coming about 60 miles an hour end over end. But okay for him to be able to recover it. But it's still instinctive. That football's coming at your head. It's just not a natural motion to duck. So a good play there.
It was just 16 seconds, all that Meadville needed for that 66-yard touchdown connection. As you can hear, they're bumping it. Ready to rock here, trying to get the Trojans to answer back with 6:07 to go in the third quarter. Deontay Fleming's going to work out of the shotgun. Brody Bonsall, the man to his right on the sidecars. A couple of motion men, and Hafey. Flemings fakes the handoff, goes play action, tries to flip it out that time, but he can't get it to the intended receiver. That is Aiden Mays, who was in motion prior to that pass. And that is the incompletion, just the fourth of the night for Flemings.
That's a great defensive play. It looks like we have an injury. A great defensive play there. Lucas Conley getting in on that play defensively.
So we'll bring it back here to the broadcast booth as they tend to the injured McDowell Trojan here. John Laddick alongside Jamie Murphy. And Jamie, boy, this has been a fun one to call. We've had a couple of good ones so far between the West County rivalry. Last week, obviously, it was all Harbor Creek. But as we go here tonight, Meadville had not passed the ball a lot, but they have certainly connected here. Tymir Phillips, Jacoby Thompson to try and keep pace here with the McDowell Trojans.
Yeah, and it seems like every time that it looks like McDowell has taken control of this game, Meadville answers. What a credit to what a great game they're putting together. Again, we've said it over and over, McDowell's the favorite in this one just being at home, but Meadville has stayed with them, and despite the size disadvantage, has done a great job. And as one of the key players for this McDowell team, I believe their quarterback is coming off the field right now.
Yeah, he is having a tough time. He's being carried by Brody Bonsall and 2 other teammates. That's Deontay Flemings. After that incompletion, he took a hit. So we'll see a new quarterback coming into play here for the McDowell Trojans.
So that changes things significantly. Deontay Flemings, 6'2", big, tall, lanky, great athleticism, and so that's going to change their entire game plan as they go to their backup quarterback.
The senior Lucas Salt will come in at the quarterback position, and the quick handoff goes up the middle, and that's going to be a pickup from the 32 all the way out to the 40, a pickup of 8.
And so didn't quite see what happens. It was Deontay Flemings went to throw that screen pass, and I think maybe his leg might have been rolled up on whenever he got tackled. So hopefully it's not too serious.
Braden Powell went for 8. He's going to get the handoff once again as he goes and pushes his way all the way out to the 48-yard line for a pickup of 8 more.
And they're working on Flemings in the sideline, the trainer's table right in front of us, stretching that right leg. So hopefully he's okay.
But coming into this one, as we continue along here, again, McDowell having to turn to the 6', 138 senior and Lucas Salt. He's out of the shotgun formation, and he'll hand it off to Powell again, who powers over the 50, the midfield mark, as he'll pick up down to the 47, a pickup of 5, his 3rd consecutive carry.
And so also, it's interesting that Bonsall's not out there. So hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, he was helping Flemings to the sidelines, but maybe a change of pace as he's been a busy man tonight with already 4 touchdowns. Salt directing Powell in the backfield as the handoff goes to Powell right up the middle. He bounces off 1, 2, 3 tacklers before he pushes and powers his way down to the 41-yard line for a pickup of 6, 4 consecutive carries for Powell.
And Powell filling the void quite nicely for this McDowell offense. And now we really see that offensive line we talked so much about during the game really starting to push Meadville off the ball. And even Hudson Palmero, their big lineman, playing the defensive line for Meadville.
Powell, the junior running back, standing at 5'11". He's the sidecar to the right of Salt. The handoff goes right. A 5th consecutive carry. He breaks 1 tackle, and he's still working his way inside the 30. He's spun down to the 29-yard line for a pickup of 12.
And an enormous amount of rushing yards from the start of the second quarter on for this McDowell team, that every run is 10, 15 yards. They're really having their way with this Meadville defense.
So, on a 1st and 10 from the 29 of Meadville. Why not? Powell powering through to the 25, still pushing the pile down to the 19 for a pickup of 10. He is averaging nearly 10 a carry as he's up to 6 carries for 44 yards.
And a great job, Ian Lunger, Braylon Morrell, that offensive line, Rocco Percio, just pushing Meadville back every single time on that line.
Salt out of the shotgun. This time he'll keep it himself as he gets down inside to about the 18 for a pickup of 2.
And that time, Lucas Conley reading that play along with Hudson Palmero, shutting down the McDowell attack, but that's all they needed to move the sticks.
So, on 1st and 10 from the 18 as the flags fly on that first out pass. Salt trying to go through the air for the first time to Cameron Bastow, but didn't allow that play to get off.
Looked like just about everybody on offense wasn't ready for that. Salt 3 for 6 for 45 yards. Really incomplete stats. Didn't get the stats from last week, so it's from their first 3 games he filled in here and there.
Yeah, I think at last check here, just limited action. I think 3 passing attempts, if I saw correctly. But Salt out of the shotgun. He'll go to the air this time. He's looking right to the end zone as he throws it up. And that time, Jacoby Thompson in defense. Gonna not allow Zach Neff to come up with that one. He was looking for maybe his second interception of the half.
And Salt took a shot there, too, after throwing that ball. So, you know, he's got to hopefully stay healthy. Landon Davis looks like he got in there. Not illegal or cheap or anything like that. Just hit him after the throw.
Salt out of the shotgun formation. Powell, the sidecar to the right, and that's where it goes. Right up the gut. Powell sneaks his way through there. As he gets back to around the 19, that'll be a pickup of 4, bring up a 3rd and 11.
So Meadville looking to try to stop this churning running game, getting 10-15. They're doing a little bit better job here as we get deeper into this quarter to try to keep that slashing, but Bonsall has not been out there this entire drive.
We see the doctors and athletic training staff for McDowell still talking with Flemings. He's now off the training table and down on the bench. Down. McDowell's second procedural penalty of this drive.
Now we're back into this where we didn't see this in the second half. They cleaned this up, and now we're back into this again where they're struggling to get the plays, the formations. So they got to get out of this and try to put it together.
Sidecar is Powell to the left of Salt. Salt takes the snap. He looks for the shovel pass, nothing doing, so he'll just put his head down and move forward as he'll get back to the 22-yard line for a pickup of 3. That'll bring up a 4th down and 14.
And I think what they wanted to do is we actually heard the Meadville coaches yelling shovel pass before that play, and I think it was because the coaches from the McDowell side made a shoveling motion before that, and that's the play they wanted to run. And they were looking to go back to Powell, and he wasn't there. So it was a good read by Salt to keep that.
So Joe Clark will line things up here. This one would be a 39-yard field goal attempt. He did not convert on a 43-yarder in the first half. This time, though, 39 yards, and it is going to the left, but he sneaks it inside the left upright to extend the McDowell lead to 38-27 with 1:15 to go in the third quarter.
And it looks like he has a range of 39 yards. So on that kick, that ball just gets over the crossbar, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it goes through. It goes through. That's impressive at the high school level to hit a 39-yarder. There's no wind or anything tonight. Perfect night. But that's a key 3 points. You get something out of that. You get even like a mental win to say, hey, it kind of broke down there, real sloppy at the end, but we got 3 out of it. Now let's go back to work on defense. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if Flemings is back on his feet. You know, they're obviously very cautious. You don't want to re-injure it. It looked, when he came off the field, he wasn't putting weight on it. So, and we're obviously not sure whether it's an ankle or knee. So I would be surprised if we saw him again the rest of the night.
Fortunately, we've seen a number of different quarterback scenarios over our first couple of weeks. We saw Sharon's quarterback go out in the opening week. Fairview went through a couple of quarterbacks the last couple of weeks, and now McDowell turning to its backup as Deontay Fleming's injured on that last McDowell possession.
And they have Robbie Greiger also listed as a quarterback on their roster. He's a 5'10 sophomore, so obviously these are great athletes. They can all step in and do the job. They just have different skill sets.
As Clark boots this one away, it's going to be Tymir Phillips taking it around his 5. He sees a lane right up the middle, and boy, you can't give him that kind of space. He gets one block from Jordan Lawrence, and he is going to take it 95 yards on the kickoff return touchdown. And here we go, back and forth. It's like a prize boxing fight going blow for blow and pound for pound.
Wow, did that middle just open up. The entire middle of the field just opened up completely. And you give a guy like that space, and you're just not going to ever catch him. 95-yard kick return, and Meadville answers again.
Boy, has this been a fun one. This is reminiscent of that big shootout we saw in our first broadcast between Sharon and Cathedral Prep. There was a walk-off touchdown pass, and we have gone back and forth on this one.
So you would most likely go for 2 here, being down by 5. Wasn't it Meadville involved about 10 years ago in that 107-90 game?
Hey,
with Journey Brown.
We just hit the 10-year anniversary. I think against Du Bois was that one where Journey Brown set the I think Pennsylvania State rushing record. As Thompson will take on the 2-point try. Flag flies. He's going to try and reverse fields. Has an open man. That is Zach Carr, but we'll await the penalty flag as they're calling for an illegal shift. So they'll have to try that one again. We'll see what Ray Collins wants to do here if he decides to go for one or give the 2-point try another go.
So he's still got a whole quarter to go. And McDowell just can't seem to pull away from this Meadville team. Every opportunity they get, they take it.
And remember, once this one goes final, don't forget, we have the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria post-game show where we will hand out our player of the game and a couple of nominees here now to think about on both sides of the ball. As Thompson will take things from his own 9, looking to the end zone, throwing it up to Phillips, and that one is not going to connect as that sails outside the end zone.
So he had one-on-one coverage over there. Not a big size advantage at all, but you know, never know with a jump ball, but that ball was just a little too much on it.
So we continue along here with a minute to go in the third quarter as we'll take our break at the end of the quarter here. Want to take a moment here as the teams get their special teams units onto the field to thank our great sponsors that help bring this broadcast to you wherever you may be watching, as Leon's Construction, Nova Countertops and Kitchens, Meadville Medical Center, the Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, and Plastics, all a big part of making sure we can bring high school football to your homes, apartments, wherever you may be traveling, and get to watch this week McDowell and Meadville and a number of great schools around Erie County, Crawford County, and more. So thank you to our great sponsors, and thank you as well to McDowell High School and the Mill Creek Township School District for allowing us to bring you this game here tonight. Of course, we'll be back here in 2 weeks for that epic clash between Cathedral Prep and McDowell. Coming up next week, we will have the matchup between General McLean and Fort LaBeouf, another big rivalry contest that has been a part of the history of Erie County. Should be a good one there as we head down to Edinboro and General McLean High School, Linden Field.
Speaking of history, we were talking before the game that I feel very, very old when I see Aaron Slocum being interviewed when I covered him when he played high school football, and now he's a coach. And, man, time goes quick.
Oh, how time flies when you're having fun there, Jamie.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm just old.
James Miller gets set to boot this one away. We'll see if more special team sparks fly here, as this one going to be taken by Hafey back around his own 13-yard line. He has a lane now as he gets up.
Oh, no way.
And here we go again. Wow, Hafey tries to be spun down, but Miller's going to try to catch him. Oh, my goodness. As Hafey takes it 87 yards for the response. Wow.
That's unbelievable. And the Meadville coaches are furious with terrible tackling on that kick return. And a great job by Hafey. And right back again. Just when you think one team has the momentum, the other team goes down the field and score. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
So McDowell had its field goal with 1:15. We have now taken just 29 seconds off the clock between those two kickoff return touchdowns. As you were talking about some pure speed between Tymir Phillips and Hafey on the returns. Oh, is that one doinks off the left upright there that time for Clark. So it will be a 44-33 score.
Even the extra points are exciting. That the field goal post is still moving. He really drilled that. So, okay, we'll see. Can this happen again? I don't know if that's ever happened. Probably in high school. It's probably everything's happened in high school. But 3 straight kick returns. Boy, the coaches are the only people that aren't enjoying this, I don't think.
That was a big NFL fan, reminiscent of what we saw in Miami and New England. They had a punt return touchdown, and then New England and Antonio Gibson responded with a big kickoff touchdown as the Patriots picked up their first win of the year. good regional matchup as well. The Bills already with a victory last night over the Dolphins to improve to 3-0 on the year. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Browns return home off a tough defeat at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. They'll welcome in the Green Bay Packers, who have been very prolific over the first 2 weeks on both sides of the ball. And the Pittsburgh Steelers will head to Foxborough to take on the Patriots as well this weekend for Week 3 of NFL action.
And the Steelers will, have to settle for a 16-1 record instead of going undefeated. So, I mean, that's obviously what's going to happen. I don't see them losing a game the rest of the year. And it has nothing to do with personal interest.
And breaking here now, the Erie Seawolves defeat the Altoona Curve here tonight 3-1, as I better watch myself here because we special team sparks fly. But the Erie Seawolves are headed back to a 4th consecutive Eastern League championship, defeating the Altoona Curve tonight to win back-to-back games at UPMC Park, and they will take on the Binghamton Rumble Ponies starting Sunday with a 4:05 first pitch from Binghamton before games 2 and 3 back at UPMC Park next Tuesday and Wednesday. So a big congratulations to the Erie Seawolves, who despite new players just keep on churning out championship appearances.
That's so hard to do in minor league baseball. That's unheard of.
As we welcome you back to the football game here, we have Jacoby Thompson out of the shotgun. He'll hand it off to Jordan Lawrence as this drive starts at the 34, and Lawrence
That is
goes.
unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
66 yards. Oh, boy, man, there's going to be a lot of defensive film work tomorrow morning and special teams work. 66-yard touchdown run. If you're tuning into the Erie News Now Football Fridays tonight, I may need about 3 minutes to describe this game on the highlights at 11:15.
Wow. So tackling is a problem for both teams. No one touched him as well. And Meadville comes back again. As you think McDowell, okay, they got it. They up by 2 scores. They cannot stop this Meadville offense, and their skilled players are destroying McDowell.
Wow. And they'll once again go for 2 for Ray Collins' group, is currently 44-39. Thompson's going to roll to the right. He has Lawrence wide open and finds him for the 2-point conversion. So we are now at a 3-point ball game. 44-41 with 35 seconds to go. And we'll keep it here till the end of the quarter because who knows what could happen here with still 35 seconds to go. And we've got a whole nother quarter of play, folks, after 3. All right, again, let's recap. When McDowell hit a field goal to make it a 38-27 score, there was a minute 15 left in the third quarter. Since then, we have seen a 95-yard kickoff return touchdown, an 87-yard kickoff return touchdown, and now just a 66-yard touchdown run in just about, 50 seconds, if I doing my math all right here?
The third quarter is, it felt like an hour and a half long, but it's been exciting, incredible. This is a long quarter because of all the scores. And, this is unbelievable. I mean, typically games like this, you see teams jump on each other. There's a pretty high-scoring first half. There's adjustments, and then the game settles down. It's pretty rare that the game escalates in the third quarter. You don't see it too often.
So we will await James Miller's kick. And, Jamie, a couple of weeks ago we saw Mark Brooks of Girard purposely have his kicker kick it out of bounds. Maybe we should, these two special teams units, given the return games that we've seen here tonight, maybe take Mark Brooks up on that thought process.
Excellent job by McDowell to kick the last kickoff, which was a short kick where there was not enough time to return it. I think although the kickoff for Meadville has been the line drive kick, which is reasonably worked. And I think they'll take it. 45-yard line to start a drive is great field position, but I think Meadville's happy with that.
Haffey, excuse me, not Hafey, but Haffey with that big kickoff return. But, boy, we have enjoyed an exciting third quarter, to say the least, especially if you like offensive football. If you're that of the defensive mind, this one and special teams, this one you may want to shield your eyes.
Bonsall back in there.
And Salt at the quarterback position as Fleming's injured on that last series. As the run there on 1st and 10 from the 45.
And we have a tackle just in, we have a tackle on the play. Our first tackle in the last several plays. So we're back to normalcy, possibly.
So Bonsall with a 2-yard run. As they'll go to the right side, cross midfield from the 47, and he'll be marked out down at the 38-yard line. So 15 yards on the run.
And below his average for tonight. Bonsall going to be pushing the 200-yard mark by the time this one's over.
Give him 243 on 17 carries.
243?
Yes.
Maybe the 300-yard mark's within range.
Bonsall's going to try the left side of the line as he bounces off someone, and here we go again. Another touchdown. This one's going to go for 38 yards as McDowell will be at 50 points here at the end of the third quarter.
So it's kind of like whenever you change the skill level in video games to rookie and you score every time you get it. It's kind of what it feels like right now. So it could be players just being tired, but that was a great spin move. Bonsall made that happen. It looked like he was caught about 10, 15 yards in a spin move, and there was no one there to catch him.
You know, we will have to hand out a Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria player of the game in this one there, Jamie. I think at this point we should just open Valerio's for a late-night homecoming party here over on West 32nd Street as the Joe Clark kick there goes through the uprights. At the end of 3 quarters of play, and a very exciting third quarter at that, it is the McDowell Trojans 51, the Meadville Bulldogs 41. We'll take a timeout here and be back with the fourth quarter, which is sure to be an exciting one on the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to make becoming a member easy. Walk in, sign up, and start saving. We tend to your needs with lower rates, fewer fees, and personalized service. 10 to joining, 10 to thriving, 10 to enjoying the benefits today. Easy to join, built for you. 10-2 Credit Union.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to your home remodeling dreams with low rates on home improvement loans. We tend to making upgrades easier so you can tend to the home you've always wanted. Tend to low rates, tend to big changes. Tend to your dream home today. Low rates, big dreams. 10-2 Credit Union.
Back here for the fourth quarter of play, and if you are just joining us, boy, have you missed an exciting contest, especially the third quarter. 51-41, McDowell leads Meadville here at Gus Anderson Field on homecoming weekend for McDowell High School. And if you came home as a McDowell alumnus, you have certainly been treated to quite a contest here as Joe Clark gets set to boot this one away. And this one will angle towards the left sidelines. It'll be taken by Jacoby Thompson as he tries to reverse field, slip and tackle, but he barely gets back to the 10-yard line.
So good job there. Chris Strain, one of the first players in there to get the containment on the returner, which we have not seen a lot of tonight. So a good job by Chris to get that and pinning Meadville back at their 10. So this is, again, McDowell's really struggled on defense tonight, so they're looking to get this stopped. They've not stopped them hardly at all tonight. Meadville's done such a great job.
So Bonsall now up to 5 touchdowns after that 38-yard touchdown run to extend it to a 51-41 lead as we have 11:54 still to play in this contest. Meadville will start at its own 10. Thompson out of the shotgun formation. He has 3 receivers split out and a man in motion. Fakes the handoff to Phillips, and Thompson goes right up the middle. He'll pick up about 4 yards, bring up a 2nd and 6.
And it's really important, and not that this is a new thing, but McDowell forcing those players to run inside. That's where they want them to go. They don't want them to get to the outside, so you have your defensive end or your linebackers try to get to that outside to force them back in where there's a lot less room.
So 2nd and 6 from the 14. Timeout situation. McDowell with 3, Meadville with 2. Keep that in mind as we matriculate through this 4th quarter of play. Read option from Thompson. He'll try the near sidelines. He'll get maybe a yard out to the 15. That'll bring up a 3rd and 5.
Good play by Jordan Brown, the 6'2 senior. Excellent form. He was able to come off his block. There was nothing that his blocker could do. I think that was Jordan Lawrence out on him. He couldn't really do anything, or he would have held him. So a good job to push him to the sideline. Now puts Meadville in a tougher situation.
So 3rd and 5, trailing by 10 with 11:10 to go in the 4th quarter of play. The Bulldogs looking at those weighty downs, as Mike Tomlin likes to refer to it as. Thompson rolls to his left, tries to pass, but that one batted down again. Nelson has come up with a couple of those here tonight.
And John Nelson, you love the emotion from him. He gets fired up when he makes a play, as well he should. It's such hard work working in that defensive line, and he has been there at least 2 or 3 times tonight. That's a tough throw, going to your left and kind of throwing back to your right. There's not much a quarterback can do to really, you can't loop it over that lineman. You got to roll further out, and that opportunity might not have been there. So that's just a good play by the defensive lineman.
So it'll be Thompson getting set to boot it away. Haffey will stand at the Meadville 45-yard line. An inch closer. Takes his time. Thompson gets this one, but off the side of the foot, it's going to be a short one. That's going to go out at about the 37-yard line of Meadville. So the McDowell Trojans backing up still a little bit, maybe get the 39. So a very short 24-yard punt.
And that punt was fielded by Dave Frank, the assistant coach for McDowell. I believe that is the first catch he has made in his long coaching career. The coach is up here giving him some friendly ribbing for that catch. So unfortunate, you know, as we said before, punting is difficult. And that one's going to put Meadville in a difficult situation. But here's a chance again for McDowell to take total control of this game.
And again, still no Deontay Flemings as we begin this. The senior Salt in a quarterback. Bonsall going to take the right side handoff, looking for the half dozen touchdowns. He cuts backfield, still running,
That's 6
and he
touchdowns.
is gone. 40-yard touchdown run.
6 touchdowns. Wow. And that's going to push him close to 300 yards as well.
That'll put him over. He's at 321.
321 yards, 6 touchdowns. You know, high school, you know, those absurd numbers are more common, but that's still incredible to do it in such a short period of time. And now this is an enormous hill for Meadville to make up.
Think about, partner, some of the rushing performances we've seen so far this season on the Erie News Now broadcast. I know you weren't with us for the first one, but we saw Desari Carson, I think, went over 300. And he had 3 touchdowns in that. As the extra point goes through, we'll keep it here for right now. But then, you know, you have Gavin Zillman. I think he went over 200 yards, if my memory serves correct, a week ago at Fairview. We saw the likes of Mason Kalicki was a big contributor in the passing game. But, yeah, to get over 300 yards in the run game from one player. I'd have to do my math quickly, but I think McDowell is well over 400 yards on the night. That coming off the heels of a 300-plus yard performance against Erie High.
Yeah, and once again, Bonsall's into the end zone relatively untouched. He is probably over 20 yards a carry. Just every time he touches the ball, he just weaves himself through the defenders and just looks effortless out there.
Let's see here. He's averaging 16.9 yards a carry on this night. 19 carries for a total of 321. And it looks like just an injury update. Deontay Flemings does have his pads off, so obviously he hasn't been in for a couple of series now. But it does not look like the McDowell sophomore quarterback will return to this one with a score of 58-41. As This kick sails through the end zone for the touchback off the foot of Joe Clark.
And it looked like there was a position for Tymir Phillips to return. That was just a bad bounce. So a break for McDowell to not have to deal with that return man and their skill sets. And it does seem like we call the same names out for Meadville quite a bit. And you got to think these are conditioned athletes, but at this point in the game, playing both sides of the ball, and maybe the fatigue is starting to become a factor. I don't know.
We'll see as Meadville starts from its own 20-yard line with 10:48 to go in this one. From Gus Anderson Field, the Erie News Now game of the week. Thompson fakes on the short pass and wide open. We have another touchdown. My goodness, and that running, I think, is Keithan Arnold, who's going to find his second touchdown of the night. That one will go for 80 yards.
Nobody was within 20 yards. 20, maybe 25 yards of him. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how you completely lose track because it's not a safety's responsibility on that side of the field. And that's 80-yard touchdown, one play.
Jamie, we may need breakfast brought to us by the rate this one's going. Just back and forth scores. We may be working well into the night. There's 10:36 still to play in the fourth quarter, and this game is far from being solved.
And the coaches on the McDowell sideline talking to one another, shaking their heads on how that could have happened, in which I don't know. I don't know how you lose track. And now more adventure on the extra point.
As the extra point snap, can't get down, nothing doing there. So with the score now standing 58-47 with 10:36 to go, we'll take a timeout and be back to reset things here as we've got a long way to go.
2025 Hallman Chevrolet Silverado 1500 LT 4-wheel drive. 5 for 2.9% APR for 72 months, or lease 0 down $489 per month.
You heard right. For 0 down or 2.9% APR, you can take this home.
This week at Hallman Chevrolet, take your pick of SUVs. 2025 Trax LS, 2026 Trailblazer LT all-wheel drive, and 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive. One low payment, only $299 per month. Hurry to Hallman Chevrolet.
Meet Bobby. Bobby banks at Marquette, but he's never stepped foot in the bank. Bobby opened his account online. He does everything online. Scanning a receipt? He does it while fighting an alien invasion. Tracking his budget? He does it storming the castle. Checking rewards points? He does it slaying dragons. He can do it all online. That's Bobby, and that's why he's with Marquette. Be like Bobby. Be empowered at Marquette Savings Bank.
Welcome back to the Erie News Now Game of the Week from Gus Anderson Field on homecoming weekend from McDowell High School. And boy, I hope you've been along for the ride because this has been an entertaining second half and game as James Miller goes for the onside kick. The McDowell hands team, though, with a great job there, as that time coming up with the football was James Ferranti, the great hands team. He knew he was going to take a hit, but he had the focus to bring it on in.
What a great kick. That was excellently done. Almost got it back. That ball seemed to hang up there forever. And now we get to see what the counter punch from McDowell, to see if they can come back and do the same thing again.
Do you think Brody Bonsall has a seventh?
Yep.
Seventh heaven tonight?
Maybe 8. I mean, the game's still close enough that you got to leave in all your players.
Salt will take the handoff and give it that time. Bonsall, that drive started at the 45-yard line. That'll get out to the Meadville side of the field for a pickup of 7.
Dane Moody with the tackle there. Haven't had a chance to stop Bonsall too many times, but it's a nice positive run there again.
As we take a run, it'll get down to about the 46 for Bonsall for a pickup of about 2.5 or 3.
And a good job by the defensive line. Hudson Palmero, the big 6'3", 315 sophomore. Dane Moody, another nice play there on defense. It looks like the McDowell's offsides. and they're not going to call that.
As Bonsall continues to run hard. Boy, we may need to get him a couple of Valerio's pizzas tonight. The 46 down to the 33 for a pickup of 13.
So it appeared that Cameron Barstow was way ahead of the line of scrimmage. We have only because we can see it. It's right in front of us there, and the line judge didn't see it. No one's arguing, so maybe I saw it wrong, but they might have gotten away with that.
And we were just told as he runs for from the 33 down to about the 26 for 7. So Brody Bonsall needs just 3 more yards for the school record.
The school record, that is saying a lot at McDowell High School. That's amazing. So they're checking right now with the
official score is down below. They gave him 6, so give him 249. Or excuse me, 349 is what I'm trying to say. As a quick pass out there that time, Salt to Bastow. But a flag flies, so we'll sort things out here with 8:39 to go.
This might be on Ian Lunger, the center.
So the ball down to the 26 for a pickup of 1. But we'll see how things shape out after this.
You think about all the athletes that have played here at McDowell, just countless. All the running backs, they've always had great teams, and to witness history is really very a blessing to see this tonight, that he only needs a couple years to set a team record, school record. Still waiting for the call.
This one will back from the 27 to the 32, so that'll be a 5-yard penalty.
So it looks like an illegal substitution.
Third penalty for McDowell this half.
So he needs 3 yards, you think? 3 or
4, I believe. If we were told just 10 before, got 6. So we'll see if he can get 4 here. He needs to get to the 28. Bonsall tries the right side. He's got the 30. He has got to the 27. So we may have a new school record holder at McDowell High School.
It's just hard to wrap your head around that. I'm kind of surprised, even though this is an incredibly large amount of rushing yards, that no one has had more than that in all those years and all those great players at McDowell. But that is an amazing feat set here tonight. They'll announce it over. The PA announcer will announce this shortly, and it'll be a huge ovation for him. And maybe we'll see another touchdown, which I wonder what the school record is for touchdowns.
Bonsall will try the left side. He's going for the first down attempt as he goes. As the ball bounces out, he loses the football as he got down to the 24. So that would have been a pickup of 4 yards on the rush.
They're not sure. It looks like McDowell got it. It did not look like McDowell recovered that, but the referees ruled that McDowell got that.
So that'll bring up a 4th down and about 1.5 yards for McDowell. And the offense going nowhere.
That's the second time Bonsall's fumbled tonight, not overshadowing his ridiculous numbers, which who knows will there end up.
And McDowell is going to take a timeout as the play clock was winding. We will take our final timeout here as we get set for the final few minutes of our Erie News Now Game of the Week. McDowell leading over Meadville.
Spring may bloom, but so can your problems. Birds, squirrels, and rodents love broken soffits and loose fascia. Leon Construction seals your home tight with durable, maintenance-free soffits, fascia, and lifetime gutter protection. No pest, no leaks, no cleaning. Protect your home forever. Call today or visit us at leoncep.com. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
We welcome you back to the Erie News Now Game of the Week as a pair of records to talk about here after this 4th and 1 play. Brody Bonsall has the right side. He has plenty of room as he is adding to a school rushing record as he gets down to the 14-yard line for a pickup of 10. Needed just one and give him 10 more there. That would give him unofficially 368, but he needed just 351 to tie the McDowell school record. He is now alone atop that record with 368, and he has tied the McDowell record for touchdowns in a game with 6. He's looking for his 7th now as he continues to rush forward. He's down to the 11-yard line, pickup of 3 more.
And the other aspect is that they're running this clock. They're churning out, taking their time. They took a little too much time, unfortunately, had to take a timeout. But with a 2-score lead, that's really the benefit to all of this, and they're going to just keep feeding Bronsall and maybe get the touchdown record on top of the rushing record would be very nice for him.
He's a sidecar to the left of Salt, who's injured for the injured Deontay Flemings as he tries to avoid one tackle, gets to the 10-yard line, maybe down to the 9. We'll see where they spot the football. About the 9.5-yard line, so pick up of 2. That'll bring up a 3rd and 5.
And Bronsall, you wonder if he comes out at all just from running the ball so much, but he does not look tired. He doesn't certainly. Sometimes players check themselves out of the game. That's not going to happen.
3rd and 5 we go, and Bonsall going to try the left side of the line, burst through, carry some defenders. He has a 1st down to the 3-yard line.
And that keeps the clock running. This 4th quarter scooting on by. That 3rd quarter with so many scores took a while, and this is really perfect for McDowell. And he is 3 yards away from setting a team record for touchdowns in a game, which is an absurd amount.
You know, Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria is fresh from Italy to you. And Bonsall has certainly looked fresh despite almost 400 yards rushing. He tries the left side, and he has the school record for touchdowns. Brody Bonsall, his 7th touchdown on the ground tonight.
7. That is, you heard that right. 7 rushing touchdowns in one game. No player in McDowell history. Now, this program, I don't know the exact year, but it's like 85, 90 years this program has been around. And, of course, they didn't put up as many gaudy numbers back in the early part of the 20th century, but that is an enormous amount of football that this program has played, and it's very well chronicled. They do a great job here at McDowell. Incredible.
So 3 more yards on this one. Unofficially, I have him for 382 on 30 carries. 5:03 remaining in this one, and the score is 65-47 McDowell. And again, if you're just joining us, that was the new McDowell school record for touchdowns at 7. The single game record was 351, and he has certainly surpassed that here with his play in the 4th quarter. Let's recap his touchdown runs tonight, shall we? It started things off in the 1st quarter as Brody Bonsall, a 1-yard touchdown run with 5:15 to go in that opening quarter for a 7-0 McDowell lead. He responded to help McDowell pull even at 14 all with a 2-yard touchdown run with 6:36 to go in the 2nd quarter. With 2:33 to go in the 1st half, a 93-yard touchdown run. That gave him 3 in the 1st half. He has gone on for a 7-yard touchdown run, a 38-yard touchdown run, a 40-yard touchdown run, and then the 3-yard touchdown run there to set the new school mark. 7 touchdowns for Brody Bonsall. The senior having himself quite a night on homecoming.
I wonder what the scoring, I guess he'd have the touchdown record and the points in a game. He would have to have that too, I would assume, with 42. I don't see how anyone else could possibly statistically have more than that, so he would set the points record as well.
You know, we want to, if you weren't here at halftime, Olivia Haffey, and the king for homecoming was Damon Amison, but I think the king tonight on the football field has certainly been Brody Bonsall. With 4:58 to go, as we have a moment here to reset ourselves, I want to thank our great sponsors throughout the season that bring this to you. That includes Leon's Construction, Nova Countertops and Kitchens, as well as Meadville Medical Center, the Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, and Plastics that bring these games to you. Thanks to them, these broadcasts would not be possible without their great support of local high school football. Jacoby Thompson takes the shotgun snap, spins around, quick dump off to Jordan Lawrence. He's trying to pick up the screenplay as he tries to break loose. That drive started at the 41. He crosses midfield and he's down to the 44 as that's a pickup of 15.
That's such a tough play to run. It's a counter in a way, and then you go back against with a slip screen, and everything has to be perfect. You have to be careful with this throw. You got to get it over the lineman and drop it in there. It's a really risk-reward type of play. Meadville executes that excellently. Good job there.
We will have a lot to recap as we don't want you to step aside anywhere. Hold those Friday night plans for just a little bit for the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria postgame show, where I don't think it's any question who will be the player of the game, but he will get a nice shiny T-shirt to go along with it, and he should make a trip to Valerio's, as should you, post-game here if you're a McDowell Trojan fan, to celebrate. As 44, Lawrence gets maybe back to the line of scrimmage on that first down run.
And I'm a little surprised that Meadville's not moving quicker here. I mean, yeah, it's an 18-point margin, but the way the game has gone tonight, they've struck so quickly. They have the talent to strike. And Zach Hellman making a nice play there on defense for McDowell. And they're taking a long time. It's just a little surprising.
So, a 2nd and 10 from the 44 of McDowell. Thompson out of the shotgun. He's looking deep, and he has a man in Keith and Arnold, but a great pass defense that time. What a play by Cameron Bastow. He's made a couple of nice catches at wide receiver, comes up with a big play from the defensive back position.
That's technically perfect. You want to look back at the ball. You watch the receiver's eyes to see the eyes. And what's really difficult about that is when you turn around for the ball, the tendency is to stop running. A lot of people do that. They stop running and look for the ball, but to keep the athleticism, keep your body moving in the motion and not take an interference penalty, that's an excellent play.
So a 3rd and 10 from the 44 of McDowell for Meadville. And again, this is all 4-down territory from here on out as Thompson takes the shotgun snap. Pressure coming. He avoids it to the right. Throws deep downfield as Tymir Phillips tries to go up. But a great defensive play by the McDowell secondary.
Jaleel Thrower back there on coverage, as well as Ben Spooner. Kind of a zone coverage. That was a tough play. Really had to throw that ball above it to not get intercepted, and it would have been a great catch. So just a good structure on defense. And again, for obvious purposes, McDowell's going to be more of I don't want to call it a prevent defense, but more of a prevention type of defense to try to keep that big play from happening.
3:26 to go, 65-47. Margin is 18. Thompson on 4th and 10. Has pressure, avoids it, able to get out of the sack there. Just tries to heave it away. It goes out of bounds, and that'll be a turnover on downs.
And I would say that should do it, but I don't know if much of what I said has been correct tonight. Did not expect this score. I mean, no one expects a 65-47 score. I'll be interested to see if Bronson will go back out there. I don't think he will.
He's in the huddle talking to his teammates, and he's going to go to the sidelines. Maybe get a rest. There's still.
He looks like he's ready to go.
Five more weeks of the regular season to go, and what the McDowell hopes is a very lengthy postseason run. As we take a look at it, the McDowell Trojans on the year will improve to 2-3. They'll hit the road once again next week at Warren Harding out of Ohio for a 7 p.m. kickoff. Meanwhile, dropping to 1-4 on the year, Meadville will head to Sharon for a 7 o'clock kickoff next week.
And we get to see
Powell on the run there from the 44 to the 49 for a pickup of 5.
See some of the backups in there, although Powell played quite a bit in that third quarter, so I'll just run this out to make sure no one gets hurt.
His 8th carry of the night for 52 unofficially is what I have him for.
So that would put McDowell over 400, maybe 450 in team offense, I would think.
35 for Fleming, 22 on the one rush for Sargent. Powell is 52, 5 for Salt tonight. So, yeah, I think they're well over 4. As look at this, more rushing effectiveness. As from the 49 all the way down to the 24.
Penalty flag on the play.
And that one's going to be coming back. We also might add that before departing with injury, there was 144 yards passing for Deontay Flemings. I think 143 because I think the one pass for Salt was a yard loss. So over 500 yards of total offense tonight for the McDowell Trojans.
And I maybe more than what was expected, but I think we expected McDowell to flex their offensive muscles. I did not thought they would give up 47 to Meadville.
So a 2nd and 3 from the marker was at the 41-yard line as another flag flies on the run here from Powell.
And you have to expect it's probably going to be another hold. Some of the backups are in there. Not that they necessarily will take penalties, but just happens sometimes.
So a very exciting night here on the Erie News Now game of the week, and a big thank you as we wind down to the final couple of minutes here to McDowell High School and the Mill Creek Township School District for allowing us to broadcast the game here tonight. Always a pleasure to come out to these local high schools and be able to bring these games to you at home if you couldn't make it out to the contest here tonight. Beautiful weather we've continued to have here through the halfway point of the high school football season. Coming up next week, we will head down to Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, and General McLean High School at Linden Field for General McLean Fort LaBeouf and that historic Erie County rivalry between those two squads that certainly, for one team, they love to pound the rock, while the other has developed from a big rushing style as that run goes up the middle from the 31 out to the 35 for a pickup of 4 to bring up a 3rd and 19. Under Marshall McCormick, though, boy, has General McLean turned into a pretty prolific passing team. Of course, last year with the Zeitz brothers among many big contributors.
Dane Moody with that tackle. The Meadville has their primary, I mean, they don't really have a lot of second teamers on defense, so their starters are back in there on offense. It looks like McDowell's just going to run this down and take a timeout.
As they'll just take one final timeout as McDowell will pause things here as we wind down a minute 10 here in a 65-47 game. Again, don't go anywhere. Just relax. We're going to get you into the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria post-game show. Recap this one, talk about the individual statistics and a couple of records that are broken here tonight at Gus Anderson Field. And we will crown the king of the field tonight and our player of the game here with no doubt. We'll go to Brody Bonsall here tonight with 7 touchdowns and well over 382 yards at last count on 30 carries. A tremendous effort. But again, I know the score is not going to go Meadville's way, but this has been a Meadville team that certainly put up a fantastic effort here tonight and a great game to watch on both sides. You've got to be proud if you're from the Meadville or the McDowell community. I know only one team gets to come away with a win, but boy, has this been a fun game to call and watch.
And Meadville falls to a 1-4. They only had 14 points last week against Oil City, so the expectation is that they would struggle to score points, and that was just incorrect. Their skill players did such an excellent job tonight, making life miserable for the McDowell defense and the Meadville offense, and Jordan Lawrence and Jacoby Thompson Tymier Phillips, what a great job they did tonight.
Final seconds ticking away here as we are 30 seconds from the conclusion of this one. McDowell will have to punt it away on a 4th and 17 from its own 37. It's just a formality here as this one gets away here. Phillips will just let it bounce as it goes inside the 20, down to the 15. And that's where it will come to lie with 12 seconds left here. We'll just take one final play. And this one will go final, a 65-47 score as we hold things off here. One final play for the Meadville offense. As we have a moment, I want to thank all of our technical crew as well. Chris Peterson directing things here tonight. Mike Prince, Rick Boniger working the cameras, as well as Mark Eisert down with that sideline camera and the great work that he has provided to our crew. Jason Klocko and Sean Barta making sure all things are running here tonight. I want to thank them because without that and our great sponsors, these broadcasts are not able to come your way. So big thank you to our crew here tonight from Gus Anderson Field. Final one here is Jacoby Thompson will go under center to put a bow on this one as they'll run one more play up the middle. Do we have any more sparks as Lawrence gets out? That will run the final seconds off the clock. And the McDowell Trojans victorious tonight at home by a final score of 65-47. As they go to 2-3 on the year, Meadville drops to 1-4 as they will meet in the middle for a handshake as they do on each and every high school game. We'll step aside for our break and come back. It is the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria postgame show coming your way next.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Thinking of selling but feeling stressed and just don't know where to begin? As Erie's senior care expert, I can make selling your home a little less stressful by personally assisting you from beginning to end. I will be there personally every step of the way. Beat your competition and list now while the housing inventory is low and the seller's market is still hot. Call D. Caruana and Associates today and put my one-of-a-kind multimedia marketing plan to work for you. Your home could be the next one on our sold list.
It's that time again. Kids going back to school. Sad enough to make you cry. Who you kidding? You got the whole day to yourselves. So get down to Erie Floor's Back to School sale, where all our floors major in style and durability. We'll give you an A for effort if you change out your F in floors. Start the fall semester with extra flooring credit. But don't be tardy. Come end of September, it's school's out. We'll do all the homework for you. Because at Erie Floors, our world is under your feet.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Step into Valerio's Italian Restaurant and Pizzeria. Our food is made with the freshest ingredients where every bite is an escape to Italy. From fresh and delicious pizzas to calzones, wings, soups, and many other appetizers. Not only can you get our delicious food in our 3 locations, we also offer catering services. From business luncheons to weddings, we have your catering needs covered. So bring the whole family or make it a date night. It'll be an experience you won't forget.
Valerio's, fresh from Italy to you.
The postgame show and player of the game are brought to you by Valerio's Italian Restaurant. Fresh from Italy to you.
We welcome you back to Gus Anderson Field after a final score here tonight. McDowell 65, Meadville 47 as we welcome you into the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria post-game show. I'm John Laddick alongside Jamie Murphy. And Jamie, a lot to unpack from this one, but first and foremost, we lead things off here. Brody Bonsall, what a performance here tonight. Nearly 400 yards, a school record for rushing, and 7 touchdowns, a school record.
I said it during the broadcast. I can't wrap my head around a school record for a program that's been around this long with so many athletes that I remember me covering when I was in television. And you've been here for 10 years, and just countless talented running backs, and that has never happened before. So what a credit to a great running back. It almost looked effortless. It looked like he wasn't even like going 100%. Of course he was, but to score 7 touchdowns, I mean, it's just you can't even do that on video games. It's unbelievable tonight. Of course, McDowell's going to come away with this frustrated on defense. They got to fix some things, but it's worth to take time to celebrate a remarkable individual performance.
I mean, and also we talked so much about the running game. You highlighted the great line that McDowell had up front. Hats off to those guys here tonight, able to open up some holes for Brody as well. But how about the special teams game as well tonight? We had a couple of 87-yard kickoff return touchdown for Haffey for McDowell. We had a couple of big returns as well. 95 yards for Tymere Phillips. The special teams unit surprised us as well tonight, and sometimes even when they didn't take it all the way, they set their offenses up in good field position.
Yeah, and there was a 60, I think it was Bronsel, I think he had a 60-yard kick return too, on top of that. So his numbers are just ridiculous, like season-long numbers so every time someone got the ball on a return, it seemed like just the seas parted for everybody on both ends. And what a credit to Meadville. We said it a lot, but just when it looked like, okay, McDowell's taking total control and they're just going to put the hammer down, Meadville answered again and again and again and again. What a great job they did tonight.
This was a fun game to call. Let's recap it for you here, shall we? As we'll go down to the field and show you, as we are already down there, some great performances. Things started off tonight with a 7-0 score as McDowell found the first of what would be 7 touchdowns from Brody Bonsall, a 1-yard touchdown run at the 5:15 mark of the first quarter. But Meadville, not to be outdone, they would have a quick answer to that. It was a 55-yard pass, a quick screen pass by Jacoby Thompson out to Tymere Phillips, and he would do the rest for a 7-7 game. After a missed field goal attempt by McDowell, that's when Thompson went back to the air, this time for 6 yards on 3rd and goal to Keith and Arnold to make it 14-7. But Bonsall with a 2-yard touchdown run to make it 14-all. And then, still working in the second quarter, Bonsall with his 3rd touchdown of the half. This one reversing fields, 93 yards for a 21-14 lead. And then an answer, this time off the feet of Jacoby Thompson, 53-yard score. Extra point was no good, 21-20, and McDowell before the half able to find Deontay Flemings to Cameron Bastow, 46-yard touchdown pass. 28-20 is where we stood at the half. But then it was more from Bonsall on the ground game, a 7-yard touchdown run with 6:26 to go in the 3rd quarter, 35-20, and that's when all the fun started to begin, because right after that we had a 66-yard touchdown pass. It was Thompson to Phillips for the 2nd time on the night, 35-27. And then we had the response on a 39-yard field goal with 1:15 to go in the 3rd quarter, 38-27. And then the special team sparks started to fly. 95 yards on the kickoff return touchdown for Tymere Phillips, 38-33. Only to be responded and answered by is an 89-yard kickoff return touchdown for Haffey that made it 44-33. And then on the first offensive play, it was a 66-yard touchdown run by Jordan Lawrence. 2-point try was good, so we had a 3-point ball game at 44-41. From there, it was Brody Bonsall answering on a 38-yard touchdown run that made it 51-41. And then after a stop by the defense, 40-yard touchdown run by Bonsall, his 6th of the night, 58-41. And then an 80-yard touchdown run for Meadville. And then finally, Bonsall with a 7th touchdown rushing score of the night. 3-yard touchdown run that made it 65-47, the final score here tonight. As we take a look at some individual statistics, final rushes, 30 attempts, 382 unofficially I have for Bonsall here tonight. Deontay Flemings, 5 rushes for 35 yards. 9 carries for 55 for Powell. And Nico Sargent with the 1 carry for 22 yards. Flemings, before departing with injury there in the 3rd quarter, he had 144 yards passing. And I believe just 4 make that 3 incompletions. He was 10 of 13 here tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jacoby Thompson passed for 93 yards here tonight, as he finished with a 6 for 13 performance, 93 yards, the 2 passing touchdowns, also the rushing touchdown and interception. And Jordan Lawrence ended up tonight with 22 carries for 118 yards. And then, of course, the special teams play from Tymere Phillips as well. So we will take a timeout. We'll take you around the District 10 scoreboard as well. And we will hand out our player of the game with no doubt on that here tonight. Continuing along on the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria postgame show. Stay tuned for just a moment.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to make becoming a member easy. Walk in, sign up, and start saving. We tend to your needs with lower rates, fewer fees, and personalized service. 10 to joining, 10 to thriving, 10 to enjoying the benefits today. Easy to join, built for you. 10-2 Credit Union.
When the summer heat hits, your AC shouldn't have to work overtime. Leon Construction installs high-performance spray foam insulation that locks in your comfort and slashes your cooling costs. Stop sweating high energy bills. Our expert team has you covered. Call now or visit us at leoncep.com to schedule your free summer insulation estimate. Leon Construction, the king of quality.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Step into Valerio's Italian Restaurant and Pizzeria. Our food is made with the freshest ingredients where every bite is an escape to Italy. From fresh and delicious pizzas to calzones, wings, soups, and many other appetizers. Not only can you get our delicious food in our 3 locations, we also offer catering services. From business luncheons to weddings, we have your catering needs covered. So bring the whole family or make it a date night. It'll be an experience you won't forget.
Valerio's, fresh from Italy to you.
We tackle some of Erie's toughest and dirtiest jobs, so you don't have to. We're Haul Pros, Erie's 5-star rated junk removal service. From estate cleanouts to hoarding situations, our team delivers results you can see the same day. Families and business owners trust us because we show up prepared, handle every detail, and leave nothing behind but relief. Call today and mention you saw us on TV for $50 off your next cleanout. Results first, that's our promise.
At Orthopedic Associates of Meadville, our growing team of surgeons utilize cutting-edge, patient-centered procedures and treatments to get you active and healthy again. From high-quality personalized care to state-of-the-art injury treatment and prevention, the choice has been clear for over 50 years. The largest, most skillful team of orthopedic specialists in Crawford County, delivering orthopedic care that you and your family depend on, right here, close to home.
At 10-2 Credit Union, we tend to your financial needs, starting with lower credit card rates. Because when we tend to your budget, you can tend to what matters most. Tend to your dreams, tend to your future, tend to credit card rates that work for you. Lower rates, better living. 10-2 Credit Union.
We welcome you back here to the Gus Anderson Field confines and the Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria postgame show. Here as we take a look around the scoreboard from out of town as the McDowell Marching Band just wrapping up its performance here post-game. Greenville 49-7 victors over Mercer, as this brought to you by the Go Erie Times News score stream. 38-12 Reynolds over Lakeview at last check in the third quarter. 42-0 Slippery Rock over Sharpsville. As we skip along here, Cambridge Springs in the third quarter 21-0 over Iroquois. Eisenhower leads Cochranton 20-0, 27-3. Union City trailing Sagertown. Mercier's Prep 19-14 over Harbor Creek at last check in the third quarter. And Conneaut over Northwestern 21-8. Girard over Seneca 28-27 and a close one out there in West County at Battles Memorial Field. Fort LaBeouf trailing 14-0. We have Erie High 15-10 score. And Titusville 20-0 over Warren. General McLean was in front 28-12 at last check on the scoreboard. As we bring it back here into the booth with my partner Jamie Murphy. Jamie, your final thoughts here before we hand out tonight's Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria Player of the Game.
A lot more. Well, anytime there's this high scoring, it's a lot more offense than anyone would have predicted. Surprised at Meadville's ability to really move through that McDowell defense pretty easily. So McDowell has a lot of things to work on defensively. Their offense, they weren't very consistent in the first half, but then the second half came together. So both defensive coaches are going to be wringing their hands tonight. But this was exciting. Everyone loves it other than the coaches. Everybody loves this kind of game. It was a privilege to see, and it was a privilege to see a school record at a school that has had football for several decades to have someone set the school record tonight, and very happy for Bonsall and just happy for all the work that they put in.
Brody Bonsall, tonight's Valerio's Restaurant and Pizzeria Player of the Game. He will receive this T-shirt down on the field for his efforts here tonight. Again, school record for touchdowns with 7 and 380-plus yards on the ground tonight. The record was 351 previously. For our entire crew, we want to thank you for tuning in here tonight. We hope you'll join us as well as we next week shift to Edinburgh, Pennsylvania for Linden Field, the confines we will reside in between General McLean and Fort LaBeouf. For our entire crew here tonight, we say so long. The final score once more, McDowell 65, Meadville 47. This was the Erie News Now Game of the Week.
At Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, we specialize in cabinets, countertops, and floors that redefine luxury and durability. Imagine opening your cabinets to find organized bliss with every item in its place. Picture preparing meals on stunning granite or quartz countertops that are as resilient as they are beautiful. And let's not forget the floors. We have an extensive range of flooring options to complement any aesthetic. Visit our showroom or call us today. Nova Cabinets, Countertops, and Floors, your partner in creating the home of your dreams.
Craving something fresh, delicious, and locally sourced? At Give a Crepe La Creperie, we serve up savory and sweet crepes made with the best ingredients and crafted with care. And yes, we've got 100% gluten-free and vegan options too. Join us at our location in the heart of Little Italy. Whether you're in the mood for a quick bite or a leisurely meal, we've got you covered with cozy indoor seating, al fresco dining, and easy carry-out options. Come experience flavors that are fresh, vibrant, and made with care. It's easy to give a crepe about Erie.
At the Empty Keg, we believe a good meal feels like home. Family owned and a proud part of Edinburgh's history, our doors have always been open to neighbors, friends, and newcomers alike. Our homestyle menu brings people together with hearty daily specials made to be shared. From seasonal beers and monthly tap features to happy hour specials after work, there's always something to raise a glass to. Whether it's a family dinner, a night out with friends, or just a place to unwind, the Empty Keg is where everyone belongs. The Empty Keg, where Edinburgh comes together.
Driving your new Subaru is as easy as scan and shop at your home for warranty forever. New Motors. Without leaving your couch, you can shop for your next car in a new way. Now that's easy. Keep your weekend easy by shopping our low monthly specials with a quick scan from home. Plus, you can scan to get your trade-in value or approval without missing a beat. How easy is that? Experience car shopping in a new way with New Motors, because new is always better.
Erie News Now and 10-2 Credit Union are proud to bring you the Erie Sports Now Athlete of the Week. Watch Erie News Now every Wednesday at 6 as John Leidick highlights local athletes and their achievements. Athlete of the Week, brought to you by Erie News Now and 10-2 Credit Union. Local businesses, the lifeblood of our community. Join Eva Mastromattio as she gives you a look inside their operations, products, and history. Giving you the business, only on Erie News Now. Proudly brought to you by the Erie Regional Chamber and Growth Partnership.
The Plastek Group is supporting education with career paths through upcoming community events. Plastek participates in multiple career fairs. Pre-grad students can meet Plastek in person to learn about a variety of occupations, internships, and full-time placement fitting their focus of study. Children of Plastek employees can apply to the Plastek Group Pre-Shack Family Trustee Scholarship. To all students, parents, teachers, bus drivers, and staff, have a creative, inspiring, and safe school year.
Now, with coverage you can count on. Welcome to Erie News Now at 7 with Mike Ruzzi and Philip Ward.
Good evening, I'm Philip Ward. Mike Ruzzi has the night off. Thanks for joining us tonight for Erie News Now at 7, and let's get right into it. Your top 7 stories at 7. The U.S. Senate voted today to reject 2 continuing resolutions to fund the government and avoid a shutdown at the end of the month. One of those was a Republican-backed bill that passed in the House earlier in the day by a vote of 217 to 212. It needed 60 votes to be adopted in the Senate, but failed to reach that threshold in a 44 to 48 vote. Now, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman was the only Democrat who voted yes, while Republican Senators Rand Paul and Lisa Murkowski both voted no. The Senate also voted down a Democratic version of a funding bill. The failures underscore a divide between the two parties in the two houses of Congress. The government is set to shut down on October 1st at 12:01 a.m. if a funding bill cannot be passed. Also today, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a short-term funding measure known as a continuing resolution to fund the government through November 20th. Now, that measure includes an additional $30 million in extra security money for members of Congress and nearly $60 million for security for the executive and judicial branches. This comes after the House increased and extended home security and personal security payments for members, which is part of a separate pilot program that began this summer following the murders of 2 Minnesota state lawmakers. Now, the extension comes in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination and will provide up to $10,000 a month for personal security and $20,000 for home security, but the extension expires on November 21st. A judge has struck down President Donald Trump's $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. A Florida district judge said the 85-page suit did not follow federal rules for filing civil complaints, calling it, quote, improper and impermissible. The lengthy lawsuit accused the publication of being a, quote, virtual mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. But the judge in his ruling suggested Trump's complaint was a public relations megaphone for the administration. Now, the judge gave the president's team a month to refile the lawsuit, but said it has to be 40 pages or less. A Trump spokesperson indicated that they will refile. The New York Times saying it welcomed the speedy ruling. And the paper said the judge recognized the lawsuit was political in nature and not a serious legal filing. Pennsylvania's Republican Party is hosting their fall meeting today, and the state is expected to endorse Stacey Garrity as the GOP candidate in next year's governor's race. Now, making an endorsement in the fall before the race is early, but not entirely uncommon. Stacey Garrity is currently in her second term as Pennsylvania's treasurer. Name recognition could be beneficiary as Garrity races against popular incumbent Josh Shapiro. State Senator Doug Mastriano, who was the Republican gubernatorial candidate in 2022, has criticized the early endorsement plans, saying party officials should wait until closer to the primary to make a choice. Republicans also have November's appellate court elections on mind. 3 Democratic Supreme Court justices are up for a retention vote. Then there is an open seat on the Commonwealth Court and an open seat on the Superior Court that Republicans will be vying for. A procession this afternoon for the 3 Pennsylvania officers who lost their lives in the line of duty earlier this week in York County. The bodies of Northern York County Regional Detectives Mark Baker, Cody Becker, and Isaiah Minheiser arrived to the hospital early this morning. Following their autopsies, a procession left this afternoon from the Lehigh County Hospital. The fallen officers' honorable escort will make its way back to York County. All 3 officers were killed Wednesday when a suspected opened fire as police were executing an arrest warrant. 2 other officers were also wounded. The suspect was killed during the exchange of gunfire. The Erie Police Department issuing a warning tonight about an ongoing skimming scheme that's been targeting local businesses. The department released these surveillance photos of 4 suspects.
Driving your new Subaru is as easy as scan and shop at your home for warranty forever. New motors. Without leaving your couch, you can shop for your next car in a new way. Now that's easy. Keep your weekend easy by shopping our low monthly specials with a quick scan from home. Plus, you can scan to get your trade-in value or approval without missing a beat. How easy is that? Experience car shopping in a new way with New Motors, because new is always better.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kevin Hodge. Tonight on your WZMQ 19 News, we have more details as St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Marquette prepares to celebrate their 175th anniversary this weekend. Plus, we have some highlights from the first day of this year's Ice Fishing and Hunting Expo happening right now at the UP State Fairgrounds in Escanaba. And security is being increased at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, as it plays host for a Charlie Kirk Memorial this Sunday. Your 19 News at 11 starts now.
Live from the UP, this is WZMQ 19 News at 11.
Welcome back. We made it to the weekend. We really are in for a decent weekend ahead. Of course, the last weekend of summer, and we'll end it in style. Starting with tomorrow, we will have those seasonal temperatures, some above average though, some 70s mixing on in there, and also a bit of a mix in terms of those sky conditions. Some mostly cloudy, some will get some sunshine, and we will see some very scattered to isolated showers and storms. We'll keep things mostly dry though, with seasonal temperatures into the overnight and into tomorrow. I'll have more details coming up in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Kelly. Thank you. St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Marquette is marking a major milestone this fall, 150 years since the sanctuary was built. And this Sunday, the church is inviting the community to step back in time to 1875. Our own John Truitt has more.
St. Paul's Episcopal Church on East Ridge Street is celebrating its 150th anniversary with a one-of-a-kind event, 1875 Peter White at St. Paul's. At 4 p.m. this Sunday, the community will gather inside this historic church to revisit Marquette's past.
Most people know that Peter White was a founder of Marquette and the area. He's also a big founder here at St. Paul's Church, and a pretty key person here, and we're kind of celebrating that joint history.
The event will be led by local historian and 19 News contributor Jim Koski, who will showcase photos of Marquette and St. Paul's Church dating back to 1875. Adding to the story, actor Chip Truscott will step into the role of Peter White, one of the city's most influential figures and a longtime supporter of the church.
The church actually began, and I think it was 1855 or 1856, actually started on a steamship down in the Lower Harbor, was their first services. And in 1874 and 1875, the main sanctuary was built.
Attendees will enjoy live music before heading to the Morgan White Memorial Chapel for a reception. The chapel houses the famous Resurrection Tiffany window, originally commissioned by Peter White himself.
So we're hoping for a sunny day, because this window, when the sun is low in the sky in the late afternoon, the colors just pop out of that window. It's very beautiful.
In Marquette, John Truitt, WZMQ 19 News.
Admission this Sunday is free, with donations benefiting St. Paul's Building Restoration Fund. This afternoon, the Escanaba Daily Press kicked off its 4th annual UP Ice Fishing and Hunting Expo at the UP State Fairgrounds. Vendors are stationed inside the Ruth Butler building, displaying the season's latest fishing lures, hunting blinds, firearms, ice augers, and other outdoor gear. The expo also features axe throwing, food vendors, and kids' activities, so there's something for every type of attendee.
I like going to the hunting and fishing expo to take my kids, teach them a little bit about the outdoors, get to see all the different vendors.
For most people, it's a really big hobby for them. Coming to the expo is so cool because feed, you need that, guns and bullets. You need fishing poles and like ice houses.
The expo runs tomorrow from 9 to 6 and Sunday from 9 to 3. The only cost to attend is a donation to the local animal shelter or food pantry. WZMQ 19 is once again a proud sponsor of the UP Ice Fishing and Hunting Expo. One of the area's most popular mountain bike events is taking place this weekend. Portions of Lakeshore Boulevard will be closed to traffic tomorrow morning for the Margie Gessick 50-mile mountain bike race. Lakeshore Boulevard will be shut down between East Washington and East Spring Street. Closures will go into effect from 6 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. The race will travel down several other streets that won't be closed, so motorists are asked to use caution in the area. It was another busy week in the nation's capital, from heated exchanges during committee hearings to fresh debates over paid family leave and yet another high-stakes funding fight. Our Washington, D.C. correspondent Brendan Scanlon walks us through it all as the clock ticks closer to a potential government shutdown.
This week in Washington, hectic hearings.
Maybe they're charging
I'm
the
not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
An FBI oversight hearing quickly turned personal as Democrats grilled Director Kash Patel over the Epstein files, mass firings at the Bureau, and the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination.
You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
And pushing for paid leave for all workers.
Do I stay at home to take care of my newborn, or do I go to work so that I can afford to feed my other kids?
Senator Kirsten Gillibrand highlighted new legislation called the Family Act to help workers during major life events like caring for a new child and recovering from a serious health condition.
It would guarantee up to 12 weeks of partial income for workers to take leave for any one of these life events.
And another shutdown showdown. On Wednesday, Senate Democrats unveiled their own short-term funding proposal, one that seeks to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies and reverse cuts to Medicaid.
I know I'm not going to get everything that I want, but is it my job to fight for the lower cost of health care? Absolutely. And is that my starting place? Yes.
The House passed a Republican funding proposal on Friday, but it fell well short of the 60 votes needed in the Senate, as did the Democrats' proposal. Senator John Fetterman supported both, citing a need for health care funding, but not at the expense of a shutdown.
Our country's not right now where we need more of that kinds of chaos to shut the entire government down.
Democrats view their proposal as a starting point and say they're ready to negotiate, but accuse Republicans of shutting them out.
We do not want a shutdown. Our position has never changed. We need bipartisan legislation to keep the government open and meet the needs of the American people, especially on costs, specifically health care costs.
It's all on the Democrats. They're trying to figure out a way to regain power and control.
Republicans say Democrats are hijacking the continuing resolution to attach $1 trillion of policy.
They want to repeal the entire One Big Beautiful Bill. It is completely out of any sort of historical context of what continuing resolutions have been used for in the past.
The prospect of a government shutdown later this month is intensifying. Next week, we'll break down exactly what it could mean and how it might impact you. That's a look at This Week in Washington. I'm Brendan Scanlon. Back to you.
Thousands are expected to gather this Sunday at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona for the funeral and public memorial of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Andres Gutierrez is outside the Washington County Sheriff's Office in Hurricane, Utah, where Kirk's alleged assassin surrendered with details of the memorial.
Security is expected to be extremely tight. The Department of Homeland Security has classified the memorial as a level 1 security event. It's the same level of protection as the Super Bowl. It means that local, state, and federal law enforcement are all coordinating security. Those going should expect airport-style screening and a strict no-bag policy. Police are already warning about long lines at the gates and asking people to be patient. Parking lots will open as early as 7 a.m. and doors to the stadium an hour later at 8. The program itself begins at 11 local time. Although it will be first come, first served seating, people are encouraged to register online ahead of time. Inside the stadium, the program will feature a lineup of prominent conservative voices. We know that Kirk's widow, Erica, will speak. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are confirmed. Turning Point USA, the organization Kirk founded, says more names will be announced leading up to the service. Now, State Farm Stadium can hold more than 60,000 people, but organizers are also opening an overflow venue next door at Desert Diamond Arena to help manage the large crowds they're expecting.
NMU students turned out tonight for a service for the conservative activist. The gathering, held by NMU's chapter of Turning Point USA, started in Jamrich Hall. Speakers took to the podium as the group mourned the loss of Charlie Kirk. They later went outside for a candlelit vigil attended by both students and other members of the community. Kelly Rowland has your first warning weather forecast when we come back, and Americans are expected to spend less this holiday season. We'll have the details on that when we come back.
now, WZMQ TV 19 First Warning Weather with meteorologist Kelly Rowland.
Welcome back. We are checking in on things for today and into the weekend, but we did hit 62 degrees here in Marquette, the average is 65, so slightly cooler than what we should be seeing. The record 83 back in 1985. Did not feel that today. Did see some overcast skies, and we should see the cloud cover continuing for most of the overnight, and with that, a few showers and storms lingering. That's really going to be the case for your weekend ahead. It's not going to be a washout of a weekend by any means, but you can kind of see this low pressure system is going to need to pass right through the upper peninsula. So with all that circulation and all the lifting and the cloud cover and the moisture, all those lovely ingredients, we're likely going to have to dodge some scattered showers and storms for the weekend, kind of extending into your Sunday afternoon, but then we'll start to see that gradual clearing to some really nice things to round off Sunday night just in time for the last evening of summer. But here's your future rain outlook too. This is from now until Sunday night, and overall for the weekend, about 1/4 inch accumulation really for everyone. We might see a few extra hundredths here and there mixed on in, but you can kind of see the purples and the blues. These bands here are very scattered, so it's not like we're seeing a major line of showers and storms moving through. So again, not a washout of a weekend, and we are in for really lovely conditions to close off a season and enter a new one. We're 3 days away. This upcoming Monday is, of course, the start of fall, if you didn't know that already. But this also is going to impact, of course, the amount of sunlight that we have getting closer to beyond that the winter time. So the autumnal equinox, that's kind of a Latin word for equal day, equal night. It's not exactly equal, but in theory, it's about 12 hours and 12 hours. This is when the sun's rays are directly over the equator. Again, nearly equal amount of daylight here in the northern hemisphere. The daylight, though, keeps getting shorter until the winter solstice, and the winter solstice is the shortest amount of daylight of the year. So really take advantage of every bit of some summer conditions and sunlight that we do have, because it's only going to get shorter and shorter closer to winter. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are in peak right now, or close to peak for some of us, for that fall foliage. I know it looks really beautiful out there. Please share the pictures this way. I always love to see the fall foliage pictures. I do love all weather equally, but I am an extra bit of a lover for fall, so send them my way, please. We're checking up too on Tropical Storm Gabrielle. This kind of doesn't really look like much going on here. It's just in the open waters, and it basically is going to stay parallel to the east coast of the United States and coast off into the open waters. It might strengthen into this category too, but even if it does, it's not going to impact any land for us. So we'll keep an eye on it, but we don't have to keep too close of an eye, which is always good news. So that being said, make sure you have your weekend plans to close off summer in style. We have the fall season starting this upcoming Monday. We'll have some showers and storms to start, but then we'll start to dry things out. But overall, we'll keep status quo with those seasonal temperatures now for fall into the mid-60s.
Sounds good. Kelly, thank you again. Shoppers are expected to tighten their purse strings this holiday season, possibly the most since the pandemic. Bradley Blackburn unwraps the holiday spending outlook.
Consumers are pinching pennies heading into the holiday season.
In this economy, what we're going through right now, yes, every penny counts.
PricewaterhouseCoopers surveyed 4,000 consumers in 4 different generations and predicts Americans will spend an average of $1,552 a person on gifts, travel, food, and entertainment. That's down 5% from last year, and the biggest drop since the start of the pandemic.
There is just a general consciousness around prices are going to rise, or I'm holding my breath waiting to see if prices are going to rise.
Allison Furman is the consumer markets industry leader at PwC. She says Gen Z is expected to pull back the most, spending almost a quarter less for the holidays than they did in 2024.
Gen Z has grown up in an era of rising costs, so they're very focused on cost transparency.
Furman says baby boomers are the keepers of tradition and will hold steady. All they really want is your presence.
But what do you want for Christmas?
Be with my kids.
Retailers are expected to trot out holiday inventory earlier this year, as they did with back-to-school items in early June and Halloween by summer's end.
A lot of retailers have pulled forward inventory in terms of shipping due to tariffs.
The survey anticipates nearly 40% of holiday gift spending will happen in the 5-day frenzy between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, with 80% of gift budgets depleted by the end of that period.
Like right around Black Friday is a great time because everything's on sale.
If you do have to keep tabs on your wallet, there's an easy way to feel more like Santa than Scrooge.
Gift cards are a great way to stay on budget and kind of mitigate that awkwardness of having to trade down.
Gift cards top the list this year of what people would most like to receive and what they plan to give.
Some gift ideas. PwC suggests watching what's trending for Gen Zers. Convenience tools, think curling irons and car vacuums for multitasking millennials, and tickets or a nice meal for Gen X. Mike Ludlam has your high school football highlights when we come back. He'll kick things off with Menominee taking on Calumet when we come back.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you're supposed to say. Hey, careful. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Good evening, everyone. Big battle in high school football in the Westpac Copper Division. Menominee made the trip all the way north to Calumet to face the Copper Kings. The Maroons are second in the UP 11 player poll. Calumet is third. First Menominee drive, second and 18 on the Maroons 21, and Clayton Miller found the hole. And the next thing you know, Miller is running down the far sideline, and he's too fast for the camera person. He's too fast for the defense. That's a 79-yard touchdown. The Maroons are on the board first, 6-0. Let's pan over, see them celebrating, and the Maroons are happy. Copper Kings' first drive promising. Quarterback Ty Hallinan gives the ball to Trent Anderson. He has space to run. Ends up inside the Menominee 30 for a first down. A penalty forced the Copper Kings back a few yards. Calumet not bothered though. Trent Anderson, another handoff. This is good for 15 yards in the touchdown. Then Anderson's extra point enabled Calumet to take a 7-6 lead. Second quarter, Menominee's Tanner Turkoff scores from about 1 yard. The 2-point pass was not successful. Maroons grabbed a 12-7 lead. Menominee not done in the second quarter. Direct snap to Clayton Miller, plowing through the defense. Good for 19 yards. 2-point run, not good. Menominee up by 11 at 18-7, and the Maroons go on to win this one by the count of 25-15. Let's go to Negaunee, where the Miners were taking on the Kingsford Flivers. First quarter, Kingsford's Owen Edwards with the punt. Not very high. A bounce to Evan Delangelo. How many times do I have to tell you nice people to quit kicking the ball to Evan Delangelo? Yeah, see ya. He's in the end zone, about 60 yards on the return, and the 2-point conversion gave Negaunee an 8-0 lead. Here come the Miners again. Mason Sweener, that's Brock Bonovitz. I had it right the second time. 3 yards for the score, 14-0 Negaunee. Blake Tomasowski started at quarterback for Kingsford tonight instead of Jack Kriegel. Tomasowski tries to pass, picked off though by Aiden Steele down to the Flivers 32. Miners don't waste any time. Quarterback Kyle Waterman will be looking deep, and you can probably guess who he's looking for. Probably Evan Delangelo. You can't single cover him. I'm sorry, you cannot single cover him. That's a touchdown. Negaunee is up 21-0. Oh, but Kingsford said, that's fine. We're good here. The Flivers' next drive, they were revving their engines. Pitch from Tomasowski to Jack Olson, breaks one tackle, dashes down the sideline. That's good for a 58-yard score. Kingsford tied it at 21 at the half, and the Flivers get the big victory tonight, coming back from 21 down to win 35-21. Jump in the car, let's go to Westwood, where the Patriots entertain the Houghton Gremlins. Second quarter, tied at 6. Quarterback Brody Donnelly, ran into Louis Selmy, and I don't think that one felt very good, but it was a short game. 2 plays later, no big deal. Braden Gouge makes 2 Patriots miss, then goes around another for a 25-yard score. Conversion no good. Gremlins up 12-6. Westwood marches right back downfield. Ethan Marta hands the ball to Carter Schur. He wiggles his way through the first level and accelerates the end zone for a 20-yard score to tie the contest at 12. Now the Patriots will go for 2. I'm not sure exactly what Ethan Marta did, but he was relying on his basketball skills here to get the ball to Louis Salmi. Yes, 14-12 Westwood. The scoring never stopped in this one. Houghton hangs on for the win, 46-44. Trust me, Gremlins 46-44. Let's go to Delta County. The Gladstone Braves celebrating homecoming against Hancock. Owen Giroux will lose the cameraman. He'll find the cameraman, lose the cameraman, but it's going to be good for 68 yards and the score. The homecoming king, if you care, is Luke Ingram. He made the extra point. 7-0 Braves. Next possession for the purple and white was reasonably successful. Cooper Sandville to Trevor Thorbaum. That's good for 29 yards and a touchdown, and another extra point made it 14-0. Third possession, it's Giroux's turn again, as he will just take a little flip and find his way 19 yards in for the score. Extra point did not work. Gladstone not really worried at this point because they just kept on scoring. Thorbaum will score in the second quarter from 30 yards. That made it 27-0. Giroux ended up with 4 touchdowns, including a punt return. It's a happy homecoming for Gladstone. They go on to win this one 57-8. To Manistee, where the Emeralds were entertaining the Lance Purple Hornets. Lance in the visiting white. And Keegan Davidson would find Daniel Connor for the touchdown. That was a pass of 19 yards. 6-0 conversion failed. Purple Hornets in front. And Lance would strike again. Davidson on a quarterback run, bounces it to the near sideline. That's good for 14 in the score. 13-0 purple and white. And Lance kept scoring for quite a while, kicking as well as touchdowns. And the Purple Hornets, I think they're 4-0. 46-16, John Baver's team defeats Manistee. Okay, 11-player scores. Escanaba no trouble with the Sioux, 53-7. Marquette back in the win column over Saginaw United, 20-12. West Iron County and Iron Mountain were canceled because of a threat earlier in the day at West Iron County High School. Bark River Harris ended up not being able to play Auburndale, Wisconsin, so that one was canceled. Gaylord edges Petoskey 19-13, and another shootout, Cadillac over Alpena 48-39. 8-player numbers, number 1 Pickford, no problems at all with Rudyard, 66-0. More Owen by touchdowns for Norway, 46-14 downing Ironwood. Oh, fun at Ewan Trout Creek as North Dickinson takes care of Ontonagon, 62-42. Gogebic Miners still undefeated, 54-14 over Superior Central. Lakeland and Humboldt 52, Stevenson 20. Rapid River runs past Forest Park, 58-32. Kearney NATO gets a 1-0 forfeit over Mid-Peninsula. North Central 55, Brimley 23. And it was Cedarville Detour over Engadine 50-6. 2 8-player games tomorrow. St. Ignace at Newberry. I believe that's a 4 o'clock start. Munising at Ishpeming. I know that's earlier in the afternoon. College scores. Oh, we got to rip through these tonight. Okay, Michigan Tech and Wisconsin Parkside tie at 1 on the women's side. Northern and Roosevelt 4-2 Wildcats. All the scoring in that one in the last 27 minutes. On the men's side, Wisconsin Parkside rallied to beat NMU 3-1. Volleyball, Ferris State, number 12 in the country, over the Huskies, 3-1. Davenport 3, Northern Michigan nothing, and Grand Valley downs Lake Superior State. That one is 3-2 nothing. Baseball. Hey, I've got a little time for baseball. The Tigers, the Braves. The Tigers' lead in the American League Central keeps shrinking, and it's not a good thing. Ronald Acuna Jr., a fly ball to right field. That's gone. 2-run shot. 6-0 Atlanta. Here's your Tigers offense for the night. Spencer Torkelson with a solo shot. The Tigers miserably lose 10-1. Cleveland beat Minnesota 6-2, so the Tigers' lead over the Guardians is just 2.5 games. And this is getting absolutely ridiculous. Last I saw, St. Louis was leading Milwaukee 7-1 in the 6th inning, and we will be right back.
And a final look at your forecast at the final few days of summer here. We'll to tonight with mostly cloudy skies and still some of those lingering showers, temperatures into the upper 50s. We do have some lower 60s mixing on in there, but don't be surprised down to Menominee. You might have a rumble of thunder into the overnight. And for tomorrow, we will get some decent amount of sunshine, but still keeping those showers and storms very scattered and isolated, and seasonal temperatures into the upper 60s. We will get some lower 70s in there, so it'll still be slightly above average, hanging on to the last bits of summer weather for us. Rain outlook, though, it'll kind of be all over the place. Very scattered storms on the way for us Saturday night into early Sunday morning. We'll have a decent chance of some heavier rainfall. So we'll deal with the drops over the weekend. Temperatures will get to the lower 70s, and we'll keep things consistent temperature-wise into next week. Of course, the start of fall is this Monday, some scattered showers, and then we start to dry things out and get that nice fall sunshine back into play.
Kelly, thank you very much. Mike, it's Friday. You usually have a little extra for us.
We have more info. Cross country, congratulations to the Michigan Tech men. The Huskies won their part of the Roy Griak Invitational in Minneapolis today, so a very big accomplishment there. Drew Kolodge, the individual winner for the Huskies in 25 minutes, 22 seconds. Michael Dennis was second. On the women's side, NMU was third, Michigan Tech sixth. Individually, Sophia Ryan of the Huskies was fourth, and Maddie Szymanski of the Wildcats was fifth. Football, okay, NMU, 1 o'clock against Davenport. Michigan Tech, 4 o'clock against Upper Iowa. Michigan State, 11 p.m. Eastern time against Southern Cal. I don't remember when Michigan and Nebraska starts, but it's at a legitimate time. Packers, Browns Sunday, Lions, Ravens Monday. That's all the time we have. Tick, tick, tick. Have a good weekend.
(28-6) in favor of the Lancers, their first home game of the season, and Luke Morawski brings down Jack Van Cherry for the sack to open things on the Edinboro, they're down in Edinboro, not Edinboro defense, of course, but Corey kept the drive alive. End of the first half, they strike. Jack Van Cherry finds Blake Cook wide open for the 13-yard score. A 28-12 game into the locker rooms. Third quarter opens, Van Cherry looking to scramble, and P.J. Mitchell puts the helmet to the ball on the ground, and Caden Holler recovers. And the Matt Kiro capitalizes. Look at that beautiful ball. Jackson Kaiser on the receiving end for the 24-yard score. Next Corey drive, another Lancer sack. Caden Holler bringing down Van Cherry. And on General McLean's next drive, how about another dime from Kiro, rewarding Holler for the sack on the other end. P.J. Mitchell would once again find the end zone, this time shrugging off a defender on the screen and on to the pylon for 6. 42-12 game. And how about another big catch from Kiro to Holler? This one sets them up for another P.J. Mitchell touchdown. John McLean comes away with a 49-18 win. Make that clock run, Lancers.
We just had to come out firing. I mean, offense had to get it going. Defense had to get it going. I mean, really, at the beginning of the year, we weren't able to get anything offensively, and we just knew Maddie had to get it going, running game had to get it going, and offensive line, importantly, showed out in front of the home crowd.
It was amazing. I mean, coming in senior year, starting quarterback, I mean, I love it when I'm back on Linden Field and playing home.